Hi everyone, happy Saturday. Hi Maddie, wait, I have to replay your thing because I don't have the alerts on the startup. Ready? It still didn't play. No. Actually, it's probably because it's run through. I now use a different thing to host my alerts, so maybe I just need to put that on the opening screen to play them. Now I'm very sad it didn't play. Hi Maddie! I can't believe you're in Louisville now. Hi Sen, you just have to pokey start if you want to play. Yeah, I meant to stream earlier, but here we are. Yeah, today's been a very lazy day. Very lazy day. I did go for a walk. So there's that. It was very hot outside. I literally have like 3,000 steps today. Like nothing. But yeah, I want to prep for Sigewinne, and I still have not done the story quest, and I want to do that. So that's what I'm going to do today. Also, I think I'll do the Abyss as well, because I need all the primo gems I can get. So let me start up here, and then we'll pull a card and get started. Hopefully the move went smoothly, Maddie. I heard that. We're about to start hearing Nervalette. Okay. Opening affirmation card. It's already warm in this room, and I literally just started. All right. Opening affirmation card is beauty. Beauty. I'm beautiful even when I don't think it. I'm beautiful even when I don't see it. I'm beautiful no matter how many people don't say it. I'm beautiful and I don't even care if you know it. I'm beautiful, which is why I don't have to try so hard all the time to show it. Beauty. All right, y'all. Let's jump in. I would love to get through, so I still have Sino's part 2 story. I still have Cloran's story, and I still have the Archon quest. So my hope is I can do all 3 today. I have my doubts on that, but you know, that's kind of the hope. Also, I need to prep for Sigewinne. At least a little bit. Oh, like battle pass done! Yay! I wonder what talent book Sigewinne will need. I saw that blue wishy already for the debate club. Just kidding. Let me see. Oh, I'm in a good place for Sigewinne, I think. Wait, what am I doing? I can always use more of these. Never get enough of these. But I feel pretty good with my prep work for her, I feel like. Saving up for a new PC early. Do you know which one you're gonna get? Alright. Let me... I don't know if I've condensed enough resin today. 2. No. Let me condense some more resin. Run the resin, do the dailies, and then do the Abyss. I know they changed it, So it's gonna be pretty rough figuring out what I need to do in it. Buy the parts individually? Ooh, okay. I really want to build a new PC, but this PC still works good enough and it's a lot of money, so it's gonna be a while before I build a new PC, probably. That's exciting though. Trying to figure out what I should prep for Sigewinne. Not sure. So either I run the domain for the artifacts for Chlorand and Arlecchino, because that's what I've been doing, or I prep talent books for her. I actually have a decent chunk of these. Actually, I have a decent chunk of all of the Fontaine talent books, so I think instead of that, I'll just keep working on that artifact set. Real quick, where's Arlecchino? I know I was crowning her. I might actually crown this.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all.
Hopefully Sigewinne doesn't need any of those drops. From the Arlecchino boss fight, because I don't have any more of them. Oh wait, which of these do I need? I think I need this one for Arlecchino, and actually I don't have enough. These are up today. Maybe I'll just go run that domain.
Of the people of Fontaine.
PC that could run Genshin with 4K realistic graphics? I don't think Genshin supports that. That'd be insane. Genshin already is such a large game. Actually, they did improve it like 2 patches ago. There's a mod? That's insane. This game is already so large. This domain? That is so crazy. My music has been playing on my bedroom speaker this whole time. All right, here we go. I don't actually remember what we fight in this domain.
All is accounted for. Let's move out.
I can't imagine seeing the characters looking realistic. Oh, this is the wrong Alhaitham head. The realistic Alhaitham head looks scary. Very scary.
Be sanctified. Silence!
Man, I wonder how large the game would be with a mod like that. Or how many resources it would take from a computer to run that. I feel like mine would die trying. Oops. I meant to switch to Sethos, but that's fine.
Silence!
How long have I been playing Genshin? Since day one. I've been playing for a very long time. Very long time. I just really love Genshin. Especially the like main story, which I need to do the latest main story. I'll do that today. I do want to do the Abyss first though. Does that make you one of the best of the game? I don't think so. No. I just really like the game. I am not that good at Genshin, I don't think.
Time to testify.
Bow your head.
Thought you were one of those hardcore players. I don't even know what that means. I just play for fun.
Humble. Settle down.
I do my best to like be good at the game, but I don't know. There are smart people that calculate stuff and I don't do all that. And I just play what feels comfortable to me. Alright. Let me do my dailies before I do the Abyss. A Toxel! Playing Genshin after a long day does sound therapeutic. Who is this? Is this one of y'all? From an A? It's pretty nice. Usually if I don't have a lot of time though on any day, I kind of just rush through my dailies and burning resin. My favorite parts of the game are when we get to do the Archon story, which I will do today because I really like the Archon story. Or like just like the main story. It's very interesting. Still waiting to find my twin. Where's my twin? Who we forget about like every time there's a new region. That's exciting too. Let's see. 3 weeks plus 6 weeks, so about 2 more months. I feel like we're gonna have a new region, which is pretty exciting. I actually caught the Toxel. Toxel's so cute. If I woke up in the world of Genshin, I don't think I would survive. Genshin is a fairly safe feeling world. I'd probably live a pretty average life for a person. I'd probably be one of the NPCs no one thinks about. I'm going the wrong way. this. Actually, I want this to... There we go. Do you have to constantly fight mobs? I don't know. Do I have a vision, or am I one of the boring NPCs without a vision? Because I feel like the average NPC with no vision would not survive incredibly long. Like, technically we've seen NPCs die, or at least like heard of NPCs dying. You're a player? So I have a vision? Probably a long time. People with visions seem to do quite well. Unless I was an Inazuma and the Raiden Shogun was trying to take my vision, I guess. She might kill me. I don't know. I feel like vision carriers probably live even longer than regular non-vision holders. I finally finished this daily quest line recently, which is very nice. If you were in the Genshin world, what vision and weapon would you have? What did I say? Actually, I don't know what I would have, but I think last time we did this, I'm thinking about it, what I said, probably Anemo. Anemo sword was what I would want. Anemo sword. I'm going the wrong way. I was supposed to go this way. Let's say you could pick what you get. What are you choosing? Yeah, probably Anemo sword. That's like what aligns with me, I feel like. BFFs with Kazuha. I guess Jean is also an Anemo sword too. Although if I didn't get to choose and it was just kind of like something I was born with or bestowed with, I feel like it wouldn't be that. Oops. I feel like it would probably be like catalyst. I don't know what kind though. Oh gosh, like geocatalyst. Not that I would really want that. Is our only geocatalyst Ningguang. There's all our geo characters. Is Ningguang our only geocatalyst? Yeah. Not that I have a problem with Ningguang, but I feel like that's the combination I would be given or born with or whatever. Well, bestowed on me, but I don't think it's what I'd want. Should you download Honkai Star Rail? Have you seen any gameplay for it? I like Honkai Star Rail. I don't play it anymore because I just don't have the time or energy. It has a very interesting story. I prefer Genshin's, which is why I keep playing Genshin instead of switching to Honkai Star Rail. But the characters are interesting. The gameplay, like the fighting, is very, very, very different though. If you prefer turn-based games, you might like it better. I don't really prefer those, but it's alright. Alright, I need to combine these. They did just also have a patch in that game. There's a lot of content in it. Download and see how it goes. It's got some similarities to Genshin, but it's also different with a lot of like a different story and different gameplay and stuff. Getting so many ads for it. I do like the story. I haven't played the story since I stopped playing, but I liked the story before I stopped playing. And I'm sure I would still like it now. I just don't have the time. Might as well check it out. I think right now, there's probably a lot of streamers streaming it too, because since they just patched, they probably have Twitch drops on right now. Let's see. There's another crown for her. This will have to wait. I don't have... Well, actually, I could make enough of these, but I don't have enough of those.
Water comes in many flavors.
All right. Let me turn in my dailies, and then let me do the Abyss. It might take me a little bit to get through it, since I am pretty sure the Abyss is different this time around. I'm excited to see the, what is it called? Imaginarium Theticus, or I forget what it's called. But I'm excited to see that when it comes out. Elemental skill damage by normal attacks is increased. Nice, that's nice for Arlecchino or Hu Tao, and Tally be kept. Tally can increase by 1. Shockwave. I forget who else benefits from that. Raiden. Child, maybe? Vaporize reaction. Alright, what do we have? Oh, both sides look kind of similar. Got a lot of hydro here. Pyro slime. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a Nervalette team for 2. Arlecchino team for part 1. Something like that. Where else do I want to go with this? Actually, they both benefit from Vaporize this time around, so... maybe I give Arlecchino Bennett. What if I do like this? Make this a who count. Choose something extra unique? I don't know. What this is about to just be a Hu Tao team. I'm gonna give Xiangling to this team, but no, I don't really like that. I feel like I want more off-field pyro DPS. I'll put in a Toma. I don't know if I've ever really run Toma in my life. Alright, well, we're just gonna build something weird. I've never run these teams before in my life, but whatever. It's gonna be what it is gonna be, you know? Who's your favorite Genshin character?
Transfix. Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword. Time to act.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, wait, is this the same thing that it's been since last time? Oh, you know what? Floor 9 might not have changed. Well, it's, you know, it's fine. It is what it is.
Let's get down to business. Don't get too close.
Hold the line.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Is it bad that I like Albedo because of his appearance? No. When did you start playing Genshin? Albedo had an incredible story that came out only in an event a long time ago. And it's very sad that we will never see that again in game. Very sad. Oh, this is the exact same Abyss that we had before. I don't know why I didn't just run the same teams I ran before, because it has not changed.
Transfixed.
Did I accidentally? No, I didn't. We're good. We're good.
Rain outlines.
I forgot to turn on this. Anyway.
The wrong test subject.
I think these floors like a walk in the park. To be fair, this is floor 9, and I just realized this is the same floor 9 that it has been and has not changed, I'm pretty sure, since before. Yeah, this is the same. I don't know why I thought they had changed this, but they had not. But floor 9 and floor 10, I usually don't have too many problems with.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's rain cutter. Let the world collide.
Oh, I need to take this one out first.
Transfixed. Go through me. Winter.
I got the Goomy. Alright, I'm gonna guess that floor 10 also hasn't changed. So I can probably just run what I ran last time on it. I suppose I could be wrong, but I have this feeling I'm not wrong. Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely what was in it before. So instead of making up something, I'm just gonna run what I ran last time. Which, let's see, last time I ran... satisfying gameplay. Let's see. Last Abyss, floor 10. I used... I built completely different teams last time. Let's see. Last time I used a Nilu team and an Arlecchino team.
There's no end to this.
A new job.
Share my knowledge.
A bitter pill to
Here.
silence. I wasn't done.
I do like Nilu teams a lot. They are pretty satisfying in my opinion. Very
Order.
quick teams to play.
Solidify.
Rain outlines your fate.
I guess Arlecchino goes pretty quick too, but I don't know. It's the Bloom burst with Nilu that feel very good. Plus Nahida really helps.
Seems like an emergency. Mind the side of
All eyes on me. Positions. Yeah. Yeah.
Found your head.
I see everything. Protect you with speed. Here.
Settle down.
My dad just... Oh no, not my dad. My brother just sent his Wordle. He did it in 2 today. Alright, Mr. Fancy Pants. I did it in 3. Not quite as good.
Let me weave you a verse. Huh? No, my sword.
Horrible at Wordles, really. My dad and brother and I do all the New York Times little free games every day. I never send them my scores though. I'm not all that good at Wordle. I guess. I always think of like words that I guess maybe why would they ever do that word?
taking a turn for the better.
This dance is for you. All my strength. Yeah.
Let the mighty be humble. Silence. Order guide you.
Nice and spike. Witness the power of Gugwa. Huh?
I like when she just runs off into the sunset. Okay, this is definitely different, right? Right. We were not facing these last time. Here, I can actually make sure of it. Yeah, because last time I built an Arlecchino team for the first half, and I would definitely not use an Arlecchino team against Pyro Slime. So, what's the bonus? Electro damage, hydro damage. Alright. Team 1 will probably be my hydro team then. What kind of hydro team do I want? Do I want a bloom team? Yeah, I'll probably do. I'll just do that Nilu team again. I like this team. And then like an electro team for the second one. I can actually do like this. Pair these two up. Like that. I don't know, we'll see how that goes. They did change floor 11 and 12. So we'll see how these go.
Hey! Make yourselves a home! Dance with the waves!
Be sanctified.
I didn't like all those slimes running up on the thing, but alright.
Shine down! You're toast! Boba, get
I will have order. Stabilize.
I am forgetting that this is defend the ley line one, so I need to try not to let all these enemies approach the ley line, obviously.
Order guide you.
Alright, good enough. Not enough time here. Vibin? Eating dinner, watching Satisfying Kitchen gameplay. Is that satisfying? I haven't died yet, which is good. Might happen on floor 12. We'll see. We'll see. What are you eating for dinner? I hope it's something good. I haven't eaten dinner, actually. I don't know what I'm gonna eat for dinner.
Mind the sight. Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
everyone hold hands!
Ooh, almost killed Nervalette. Don't die. Keep your winning streak going. Eating chicken Alfredo. Ooh, that sounds really good. Alright, this might be a little tough, so I need to shield up very quickly.
Will have order.
Try not to lose anyone here. Alright, girlfriend, I need you to go for that one.
Laid bare. This is where you fall. Overrule. Illusion shattered.
Gather.
Boba, get them!
There we go. That wasn't so bad. I was a little scared about that one, but didn't go so poorly. I am a little nervous to see what we're gonna have to
Seems like
face
an emergency.
in
Sharing my knowledge. Here.
the next floor.
Dance with the waves. I see everything.
Be sanctified.
Every time they change what's in the abyss, I get nervous to see what they put in each floor. I forgot to do that before I use her burst. It's fine. Alright, the big chicken does not really worry me all that much.
Witness my rise.
This is light work, you got it. Floor 11 was not too bad. I love to see what's here though. What does this do? Oh, you can view your characters while in there. Nice. They changed that because you did not used to be able to do this. You'd have to leave to look at your characters. Nice. Alright. Let's see. Alright, we got the Pyro Lector here. Bunch of constructs. Magu Kenki. I like doing... What do I like doing with this? I like doing aggravate teams against this. We got a lot of pyro on team 2, so that will probably be my Nervalette team. Where else do I want to go with that? Just a lot of things in general. Inkly buff. Maybe I'll use Alhaitham on Team 1. I have not used Alhaitham in quite a while. Although, I don't know if I like Alhaitham against the Magu Kenki. But, this is what I'm planning to do here, so... Like, something like this. Maybe I'll give him a little hydro. Although I don't know if I like shieldless Magu Kenki fight. Well, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. They will either go or I die.
The process of elimination. Here you are.
Shine down.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world collide!
Defract. The plan's changed.
Oh, I did not use that at the right time. It's fine.
Hold the line! Strike a pop!
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
I threw a whole lot of resources into this fight. And I still haven't even... What is the last thing in this fight? Oh, these two.
Where the eternal oasis.
actually about to...
Illusion shattered.
Billowing surge.
We're gonna heal everyone a little bit there.
Strike a pose.
Alright, team 1 didn't do too hot. I don't know if I like this team.
Goodbye.
Team 2 has to do better.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Taking a turn for the better.
The Dactylus. All eyes on me. With all my strength. Yeah.
Actually, since I'm gonna have to fight the... What is he doing on top of those? Since this one, I'm gonna have to fight the lectors. I'm actually a little nervous how this is gonna go. So I gotta delete them and one more enemy in a minute.
I see everything. Make yourselves a room. Dance with the waves. Positions.
Alright, I need you two to launch your... There we go.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
Uh-oh. I may not have got enough time for myself here.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Here.
I definitely did not, because I still have to fight these two. Alright. Now I need to decide. Did I hate Team 1 enough to rechange them, or do I just want to retry it?
Shine down.
Let my name echo in song.
The process of elimination.
Strike a pose. Rest and revamp.
Scatter.
Time to shine.
Ha! Inazuma shines eternal. Ha!
Shower me with praise.
The process of elimination.
Bring refuge. Uphill battle.
There is no escape.
Let my name echo in song.
Ha! Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
Allow me. Strike a pose.
Where do you think you're going?
Billowing surge.
I need that to get a little closer. There we go.
Scatter.
I still didn't buy enough time. Actually, it feels like I did worse this time than last time. Now I only have a minute for part 2. I think I need to change Team 1.
Sharing my knowledge.
Taking a turn for the better. Mind the...
This dance is for you. With all my strength.
The tides beckon. From the ashes, you hear the inferno's call. Bow your head. How brightly burns the truth.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Remember, health comes first. A bitter... Be sanctified. Settle down. What a small price.
I kind of hate that his skill didn't hit them.
Here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna reconfigure Team 1, because they just are too slow on their portion.
Everyone will be calm.
Alright. Let's see. What would I rather do here? I think I'm fine with team 2. Just need to think of how I would rework team 1. Oh, you know what? I could do an Arlecchino based team. I'll have to make sure she's shielded well. See how well that does. I don't like that I switched the order there. Alright, here we go. We'll see how this does instead.
Nice and spicy. Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Overruled.
Stabilize. Order guide you.
You're toast! Out of the frying. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword.
Laid bare.
Gather. I will have order.
Eat this! Nice and spicy. Witness the power of the wild.
Stretch your wings and raise
Where
it.
the eternal oasis.
Stabilize.
Where do you think you're going?
Rain cutter. You're toast!
Found as one like a 99.
I keep switching to the wrong characters.
Solidify. Order guide you.
Alright.
No.
Goodbye. But we'll meet again.
Laid bare.
Alright. Team 1 did a little quicker that time. Hopefully that bought enough time.
Make yourselves at home. Dance with the waves. With all my strength.
Seems like an emergency. A bitter pelter. Let the mighty be humbled. Bow your
I
head.
still only have a minute to get through the Abyss lectors though.
Silence. The time for my coming.
I see everything. Sharing my knowledge. The doctor was.
The times beckon. Bow a glimpse of the future. What a fall price to pay. Settle down.
This dance is for you. Positions. Yeah.
Taking a turn for the better. Mindless
Oh,
side.
probably didn't buy enough time there.
Everyone hold hands.
I have 10 seconds to beat these.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Ooh, just shy, I think. Oh, I better. Woo! That was close because I would have been so mad if I had hit it and then was like 1 second shy. All right, I think I can do better here.
Stabilize. This is order.
Eat this. Out of the right. Witness the power of the wild. Know my sword. Rain outline.
Solidify. Order guide you.
Nice and spicy. You're toast. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. outlines your fate.
Not me forgetting that there were 2 more of these.
Where do you think you are?
Rain cutter.
Laid bare. The eternal awaits long way. No.
Alright, girlfriend, I need you to go for the actual enemy here.
Goodbye.
Alright. I gotta do better on this part.
All eyes on me. Here. Ha! Sharing my knowledge. Grow, grow, grow.
Remember, health comes first.
Protect you.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
From the ashes, let the flames of redemption rage! Ah, how brightly burns the
I
truth!
see everything.
Mind the side effects.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
A glimpse of the future! Hear the inferno's call! Let the flames of redemption rage! Let the flame
Alright, there we go.
Everyone hold hands.
Taking a turn for the better.
Protectors. Dance with the waves. Positions. Yeah.
The tides beckon. Bow your head.
That one I bought enough time. Alright, but I used a lot of resources to do that, so, you know, hopefully I can make it through the next 2 floors. This is Magukenki. Best of luck to me. Can I prep this? Oh, I can. Nice. I wasn't sure if I could.
Toast. Go back. Get. Witness the power.
Everlasting as the moon. Laid bare.
Oh, I messed that up. I was trying to get my shield up.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse.
Oopsie. We're not gonna make any wishes in the middle of the abyss. Sorry, y'all. Alright, 1 minute Magukenki, but I don't remember what's coming up in this part.
I see everything.
Let me try.
Sharing my knowledge.
Wow, today has been a good Pokemon catching day for me, huh?
Silence.
Seems like an emergency. A bit of help is sweat.
This dance is for you.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Settle down.
Remember, health comes first.
Sharing my knowledge. All eyes on me. All my strength.
Be sanctified. Silence.
I see everything.
Justice is blindsided.
Oops. I keep trying to make wishes in the middle of
Protect you.
here, which is probably not gonna work out very well,
Mighty
huh?
be humble. Settle down.
Alright. Chamber 2 did not go too poorly. I don't remember what's in here. I know we got the giant triangle thing, matrix thing here. I have nothing prepped for this fight. But why does it always have to break Zhongli's pillar?
This is order.
The good thing is, since I've marked it with Arlecchino, can you attack right here? Look, it's right here. Literally, it's right here. We literally can see it. Arlecchino, please. Oh my gosh. I hate the auto attacking sometimes because it's literally right here.
Witness my lies. Overruled.
Where'd it go?
Rim cutter. No, my sword.
Actually, we might struggle here because I don't have anything to do the reactions that it wants.
I will have order. Gather.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Yes. Nice and
No, it is literally over here. Please attack it.
Everlasting as the moon.
Oh my gosh, it makes me so angry. I don't know what's in part 2, but hopefully it's not gonna make me as mad as this part.
No, my sword. Let me.
I'm
This is order.
very annoyed. The auto attack sometimes makes me, look at this, very angry because I see that it's right here. But why, Arlecchino, are you not attacking it? Like you're auto attacking these things that I do not want to hit.
Transfixed.
Goba, get them. Rain outlines your face. Drink.
Alright, well this part took way too long. No, I don't particularly care to do that reaction that it wants. I just want to attack the thing that I literally can see.
Laid bare.
Yeah, this has been a... I don't think I can do part 2 in 40 seconds, no matter what it is.
Temple of Wisdom.
Let's move.
Here. Yeah. Dance with the waves.
Bow your head. Let's move.
Seems like an emergency.
Everyone prepare. Make yourselves at home.
Yeah, part 2 does not seem like a 40-second thing. Maybe I could do this in like the minute and a half that I should have for it. But definitely not. Yeah, look how much more I have left. Now I have to rethink what I'm gonna do here. Because unfortunately, this is just gonna be too slow. And Arlecchino's auto attack will not attack the matrix like I need it to. I wonder if I can just use her burst to attack its main body. Or if I actually need to re-switch this team.
Transfixed.
Stabilize.
At the frying pan. Get no, my sword. Let me leave you alone. Eat this.
I will have order.
No, quit attacking those. My gosh.
Gather.
Ring cutter. No, my sword. Nice and spicy.
This is where you fall. Overruled.
Stabilize. Order guide you.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain out. Eat this. At the frying pan.
Solidify!
Rain cutter. Huh? Huh. No, my sword. You're toast. Loba, get
I will have order.
All right. That time I think I bought a good amount of time.
Pay your dues.
Temple of Wisdom.
Mind the side effects.
Position. Ha! This dance is for you.
Bow your head.
The tides beckon.
I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Remember, health comes first.
The doctor. Here. Here.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humbled.
I don't know what comes after this though. Okay. Crabs are easy. I don't know about the scorpion.
Share my knowledge. All eyes on me.
Bow your head. The tides beckon.
4 seconds. Ooh, did I get it? Alright. Ah, that was like the last second. But I made it, and that's all that counts. I don't care. Yay. Now I can get to the Archon quest, which is what I've been trying to get to. Let me grab these before I forget. Oh, there we go. There's the 200 Primo Gems. Yay, now each of these is at least one wish. Amazing. Actually, this is 5 wishes total. Amazing. Amazing. Alright. Let me open these too. I didn't like any of those. Alright. Okay. I finished everything for the event, right? Yep. Done. I don't care about that. Alright, let's do the Archon quest. Did I do all the stuff I need to do for the week? Yes. Alright. We're good. I don't know what team to run for funsies. I guess we can keep this team. That's fine. I'm excited to see Daneslave because we never get to see him. Actually, we've seen him in Sumeru. I don't think we've seen him in Fontaine though.
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky, or
I'm gonna
stop
sneeze.
to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been.
Goodness.
I was actually adopted by the people of Vamar village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone. Alone? How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden. Really? You know exactly how I feel?
It's our twin.
Aww.
I don't mean you,
That
Paimon.
sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both
Why
a
are
family
there
member I
kids
could
sitting in
rely
this
on
tree?
and a friend who could really understand me. No matter what came my way, I knew I could
Oh, this is
always
her
talk to him.
memory. Because I was like,
He was so thoughtful and pure and patient too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem
Aw.
so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to
Aw.
me. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore. I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it,
why is this so
every time we
sad?
talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
Aww. It's making me think of my twin brother.
Look at those hilly trails over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange? The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this? Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Settle down.
Evil looks. Shoot on sight. Ready.
Thank you so much.
I'm about to order
I
dinner,
wasn't
y'all.
expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight.
Still here just
Chief
vibing.
Amadea
Oh,
doesn't allow
thanks,
the children to
Sen.
play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vimara Village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something that could spell trouble for the villagers.
Hello.
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours? Well,
Yes.
I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. See you later. Yep, see you later, Atosa!
Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Oh my gosh.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose? No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilichurl activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilichurl activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy. And you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk. Ah, so that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara Village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilichurl activity. And that is certainly not much to go off of.
Right! That mysterious voice
like
she heard in
watching
her brother's memory.
the
What
enemies
if
in the
he called himself
background.
a sinner? Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you? I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation.
What's
His
their
name
nation?
is Vedderfone,
Kanraya?
the Visionary. I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin, my older brother.
Your brother?
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of
Dun
Kanraya.
dun dun.
The wise Roptatir, the visionary.
Why did it zoom in on like
Vedderfone,
that?
Gold, Rhine-daughter, the foul Sertologi, and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names.
Ooh, spicy.
I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound
Spicy.
really familiar. Rhine-daughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertologi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother.
Paimon has good memory.
Vedderfone. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
They were once people of great esteem in Kanria. Those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world.
And you didn't
So they
partake,
became
Kingsley?
sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power. And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy, and for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
Ooh, spicy.
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world. Of course, as I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers!
That was a
Did they
long
use it to
time
corrupt
ago.
Osial and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then, what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
So strange.
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow.
So, this person that never existed, but only exists in people's memories, is like the opposite of all the stuff we did in Sumeru with, oh, I forget what it's called.
Oh, so tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff. Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today. Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here? Did something happen?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or
Very
something?
weird. Where did Dane sleep? Where did we sleep?
Their memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before. I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
You know what's sad?
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too?
Dane's life will not be playable for at least like 2 years, right?
But why would he do
We have
something
all
like
of
that?
Natlin. That'll be another year. All of Snezhnaya. That'll be another year.
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
And I feel like if he's ever gonna be playable, it's like once those are done.
That their goal
Maybe we'll go to
is
Celestia or
still to
something.
obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way. Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
I don't know if I like the idea of going there because whoever
So
implanted
you're
that
going to take
memory
us to where you hid it?
might be using that to lead us to it, or lead him to it. Oh, well, yeah, literally she just said that. He knows it too. Yeah.
Of course.
Also, I'm pretty sure my food is ready. But now I'm just waiting for it to get delivered and I'm very sad. I should have just went and picked it up myself. I'm not really hungry right now, but I should probably eat sooner rather than later. Hold on, I'm gonna fight these guys because I need these drops for Sethos. Today's been a good Pokemon catching day for me, y'all. How rare. He hit it on the edge of the chasm.
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait.
Uh-oh. Are we gonna have to fight Daneslave?
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Hello?
Hey, wait up!
What was that? What was that? Okay, blue flame wielder. Who should I take into here? They recommend Pyro and Electro. I'm about to build just the most insane team. Just something. Hold on. Good news. They texted me about my food. I don't know what the good news is. It's being delivered at like 30 minutes from now. Oh, it said 30 minutes from now, but now it's expected in 11 minutes. whatever. All right. What kind of weird team can I build here? It says
No
Pyro
need to
and
fret.
Electro.
I shall handle this.
What kind of Pyro Electro team can I build? Here, we'll put Kooky on the team.
Don't tell me they did it again.
A walk would be nice.
I don't know. Here's my team. That wasn't that weird of a team. What if I just fell? This place looks kind of familiar. Economia vibes, I guess. Are there 3 treasure chests up there? Aw, why would it suggest Electro and Pyro when their drops? Okay, wait, they probably won't drop anything in here, actually, now that I think about it. Because I always need more fungal drops, but never mind, they're not gonna drop their drops in here.
Stand with me. Oz, reveal them.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door.
Well, these are not chests.
Perhaps you should try reactivating
By
the
the way.
mechanism over there.
Economia vibes with these clovers that you only find in Sumeru.
Our bond is strong.
Laid bare.
Alright, very nice.
Out of my way.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Oh, we're going down. Not quite what I was expecting.
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
That was pretty easy.
Ah, the door's open. Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
Alright, Daneslave. I can't wait till we have to fight or something. Have we seen Daneslave fight? Like, actually fight? I don't think we have. Alright, what are we fighting here?
Looks like we can't go any further.
Alright, who's
Be on
creeping
your
up on
guard.
us?
I sense the presence of the abyss.
Ooh, a cryolector? interesting. That's why they suggested the electro pyro.
This is order.
I definitely could have still just used roulette, but that's fine.
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed. I'll settle this.
Gather.
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
Uh-oh.
Dane? What's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You
No.
too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
No.
The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
I don't like this. I don't like this. This does not seem like a good idea. Oh, I would not have left. I gotta be real. Mm-mm. This does not seem good. Who is it? Who is it? Is it his brother? Oh, I should have captured that. I could have. It's my brother!
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
It's my brother!
You risked your safety and that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone.
Ah! Why did he send me
I know you must have
away?
a lot to say. But if it's a conversation you want, you'll have
Also,
to
why
defeat
does he have
me
such a cool
first.
sword? Lumine's out here with the dull blade. All her cutscenes. I want a cool sword. Dang, I was played. Also, my food should be here soon.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack.
Wow, look at the map right now.
We better hurry back to Vimara
I
Village and see
can't
what's going
do
on.
anything else. I'm literally limited. I can only go forward. I can't even open the map right now.
Hey, look at those hilly trails over there. Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
In the new world, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun.
Hello?
At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilly trails in some way? Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this is happening anywhere else. thing is happening over here, too. The hilly churls are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love.
What?
Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
Is this the missing person?
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered softly.
He whispered softly.
Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the hilly churls have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least. Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
Oh wait, there's a person. I kind of want to approach this person. Okay, never mind. I thought we were gonna get some interesting voice line or something. But it's just the person that's always there. Hold on, there's a Pokemon.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone alright? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who
Dun
would
dun
that be?
dun.
Huh? You know, the young guy from Vimara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall what
My order time keeps changing. I don't know what's
Perhaps you
happening.
should try asking someone else.
But how is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadea.
Very funky.
Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again? You're right. We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone else then.
Human physiology research.
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said.
Pinari
There's only
or
one person
something.
who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing? Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
We didn't ask his name or anything.
Bayram seems to remember him, and apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
Just like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, no one remembers him, because there's been a change in people's memories. If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing. If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now. No, Baram still remembers him. He just forgot about the fact that
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time.
My time keeps changing.
That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all. Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time, and we don't even know whose memory this is. Good idea. That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to... Right! That! Can we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
all the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village. But I'm still not sure if they're restricted to this location. If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion. There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind. Perhaps it has something to do with time.
I gotta be real. I don't know what the tell is.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
What?
The color of the sky coincides with the moment in time she described. Dainsleif had memories implanted into his mind. Could it be that it's happened more than once? We thought Chief Amadea forgot about the missing villager, but it turns out we're at a moment in time before the village issued the commission.
Oh, right! That's exactly what Atosa described!
Oh, come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours.
Oh, she definitely did describe that, and I might have forgotten.
Yep, that has to be definitely a Tosa's memory. Yeah, that's where they'll be.
Who is that?
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose.
Okay, my food might theoretically
there I
be here
again.
soon.
Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't.
He definitely looks like
also
someone
just
from
talk about what you think
Conria.
of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman. You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
Oh, right.
Did we see him in
This version of a Tosa hasn't met us yet.
Kanamiya?
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
What an awkward way to end a conversation.
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
The founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality.
Hold on, my food might be here. Okay, they're almost here. I'll probably get my food before I answer this.
Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom of Fate. Dane's brother, one of the 5 sinners of Conria, the one who stole the power of the Abyss.
I gotta be honest, and I have no idea. I have no idea. He doesn't really look like Danesley.
No. You're...
I was thinking it was Carrie Bear.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. It's
I don't
literally been a
believe I've
year
met you
since we did the
before.
Carrie Bear
Oh,
quest line.
I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw the me from back then. This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her. But I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
Okay, theoretically, my food's here. Oh. Unfortunately, I can't raid that. I have to click out of this. This is a loading screen. Because I'm about to go get my food. Oh, never mind. It's progressing. Oh, this is a really important part that I don't really want to miss. The proof of existence. Alright, hold on. I literally can see where they are. They probably just can't figure out my apartment. People are really bad at figuring out my apartment. Like, really bad. I might need to, like, poke my head out there. Because, like, it looks like... on this map, it looks like their car got even further from me than earlier. Oh my gosh. How do they get worse? How do they get worse? This is why I hate asking for deliveries to my apartment. Oh, hold on. Is nearby but having a hard time finding your address. Oh my lord. Alright, hold on. I better go help them. Oh, what if I just left the domain right now? Alright, hold on, y'all. Let me go find them. Alright, they found me. Also, hi. Alright. Let's not leave the domain. Ooh. I'm gonna eat while they talk. Carrie Bear! Sorry, it's loud. Listen to it.
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world after all, as you well know. It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this, and now, time's finally arrived. Extreme sorrow and pain, hope and regret coursing through your veins, and a degree of abyssal power defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the Loom of Fate. But despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was only used as a means for its construction. In truth,
It's so loud
I died
crunching
the moment I
this.
set everything in motion.
I'm about to mute myself.
The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Okay, wait, I have to show you all. I don't know
As for
how
your
they
question,
managed that. It's a wrap.
the Loom of
And
Fate
it's
is a
exploded
device
in the
that
middle.
moves
How
in
did they
ley
do that? How? What?
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But
How?
as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower
Must
level
taste so
ability
good.
to influence memories. But it
So
also
good it
becomes a tool that can
exploded.
change the entire world. Yes, I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life. Ah, that. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
Oof.
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Amadia, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No
That's
cataclysm,
really sad.
no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up. I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But Well, that's not possible for me. I know. Captain Dainsleif.
Oh.
Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end. Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
Ooh.
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the Prince. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure
Yeah, I
the
was like,
safety
I
of the
never
eye.
got the eyes, so...
Very thorough plan. That's right, because in his mind, he had
I
given
thought
it to you
so.
already.
Well, I was like, I don't want to leave until he gives me the eye. And he did not.
Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait.
Hmm?
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Harry Bear, no.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry,
And why did we go in
Traveler,
there?
but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye. I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning.
My brother!
Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved. You remember my father, don't you?
Yeah.
Lutar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory. After he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form, I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple: to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us. can't change the world.
That's so sad.
Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, all that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the loom of fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Are we gonna take a nap? I may have taken a fat nap today. I'm not gonna lie. Another Toxel. Oh, that's right. We knew it was Carrie Bear from the thing on his wrist.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari.
There's my brother! There's my brother!
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither
My
of us
brother.
belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too.
Stop, I'm gonna cry.
Well, how about a conversation? The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree?
Is this just an implanted memory? Is this real?
That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane, I mean.
Did he win?
I didn't
Hello?
expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword.
What is happening?
Even after 500 years. The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time. Before the heavenly principles awaken. Yes, for 500 years now, ever since the cataclysm in Conria, there's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes, such a flagrant disregard for the rules. And still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be. Or what might trigger it. You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful, even as a hilly churl. Seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the heavenly principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words. Lumine?
Did he say Lumine? Did he say Lumine? Because my name is not Lumine.
Calls me that. There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end. Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together. You told me. You wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Fairy Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that
Oh my
happened here.
gosh.
Everything in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
That's awful. Oh my gosh. I'm so sad.
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy. Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here. Oh, and Dane came by just now. It looked like he was injured.
Hello?
Didn't say anything though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda
Hello?
seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
No.
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Curry Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
Oh, I'm surprised I remember this because that space was destroyed.
Wait, really? What a score! Well, what happened after that?
No, that's so sad. You'll probably be besties IRL. Really?
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
Bayram, you should
You wouldn't eat her as emergency food?
Something good? Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he
We
was,
besties with anyone?
sleeping under
Really?
that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. It looked like quite a happy family, apparently. And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long.
Even Barum? And I don't know him.
Oh, and we also remembered his name. Curry Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner. Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
This was all very sad. This was all very
Seems like
sad.
everyone thinks Curry Bear
You
left
could be
the
friends with
village.
anyone?
That's probably
Even,
for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
even, who was the worst enemy we've seen? I don't know. All the things in Spiral Abyss. I don't think I could be friends with all of the Genshin characters. I like all of our playable characters enough. Some of them I like less than others, but I definitely couldn't be friends with all of them.
Paimon wonders how Atos is doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so...
I'm just thinking that doing here, just we chill friends to be around.
to her.
Yeah, I think so. I think there are some I would get along better with than others. Arlecchino and I would not be friends. Not to be fair, sometimes people with like personalities I wouldn't really like, I could make friends with. So like if something happened, sure. Any of these characters I could be friends with if that happened, but she's not someone I would just think to be friends with. Fischl I could, and Kuki I would. And I like Zhongli. I don't know if we would really be friends, but I like him a lot. He just seems like someone who's very stoic and wouldn't really want to hang out with me. Tori would be okay. I don't know. She's super into fashion, which would be cool. I think Navi and I would be fine. Ito would be a really funny friend. Aw, Albedo's so sweet. I would like to be friends with Albedo. Shanyun seems more like an auntie. But then again, I have like friends at work that I call my aunties. So maybe. Scaramouche is a no. Kazuha is my favorite bean. So that's an easy yes. Xiao is actually really sweet, but I feel like we wouldn't really be friends. Or rather, he would be like the begrudgingly acting friend. Like I would love to be his friend, and he would be like begrudgingly. High energy personalities are the best to be friends with. Really? Ito. Venti would be a funny friend. Lumine's friends with everyone. I think I'd be friends with Jean. Risley would be a really interesting friend. Shinha very much keeps to herself. So I feel like I could be her friend, but then she might also want to keep to herself. I don't know what to say about Aloy. I don't really like Eula. I think we would get along well enough, but as a character in the game, her vengeance thing is very one-dimensional and boring. Ganyu and I would be friends. I hate kids. Chi-Chi is like the utmost ultimate forever stuck child because she's a zombie. But who's the most overprotective one? Of all the characters? Most overprotective. I think that would make a good friend too. Most overprotective. That's a great question. I don't know. There are a lot of strong protector characters, but like in different ways. There are too many characters. I was about to go through all of them. There are too many. Most overprotective.
3, 4, and
There are a lot of pretty protective characters. I don't think I'd be friends with Child. But he's funny. He's too busy trying to fight everyone. There are a lot of characters who are pretty protective. Which is why I'm like, I don't even know who I could pick as the most overprotective. Sino tells really bad jokes. Alright, I'm getting out of here. Alright. I hate this team that I made earlier. We're just gonna go back to my friendship team, I guess. A Sizzlipede! Alright, hold on. I'll try and catch it.
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Kari Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important. It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future, right?
My smoothie is cold.
Okay, I'll admit.
As it should be,
I'm
but
just
it's cold.
putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I?
I knew it. The way she was acting, I was
Otherwise,
like,
why
she's
would
in
he
love
just
with him.
leave like that without saying goodbye. You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day.
Aww.
Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye.
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now.
That's so sad.
Oh, right. Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Kari Bear?
I thought she said she didn't remember.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
Oh my gosh. This was a really sad quest. That was a really sad quest. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's another wish. Yay. That's a really sad Archon quest. Oh my gosh.
Bow your head.
I'm sad. Alright, let me mark these achievements in my achievement tracker. My things, hold on, my thing signed me out. I'm like, why does it say I have 0 to? Oh, an ice cream sounds so good right now. Get some ice cream. I think I actually have some ice cream in my freezer. All right, hold on. It's telling me to log in to the achievement tracker. There we go. My achievement tracker is also off right now. I don't know why. Like, I don't know what achievements I'm missing from it. My favorite ice cream flavor is, I don't know. I really like cheesecake flavors. Yesterday I ate Cheesecake Fantasy from Cold Stone. Alright, I'm missing 3 achievements in my achievement tracker. I literally don't know why. Because I always mark an achievement before. Imaginarium Theater. Can't wait to see this open up. Alright. I don't know what achievements I'm missing. I'll figure it out someday. Alright. Now, let me work on... I was gonna do this one, but I'm gonna do Sinos. Since I'm in Sumeru anyway. I'm gonna do Sinos Part 2. Story quest.
Wow, the academia sure is busy during the day. But where should we go looking for people that we know?
I know that guy. Back here. He gives us commissions sometimes.
Since we last saw you.
As do you. You don't seem weary at all from your travels. If anything, you seem stronger. So, what brings you back here?
Oh, nothing in particular. I'm just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other day and suddenly missed all our friends at Sumeru.
Funnily enough, we were reminiscing about you recently too. It was at a group dinner. I look forward to hearing about your travels. Something tells me we must have a lot to catch up on.
Really? You were thinking of us too? What a coincidence!
Indeed. Or as I call it, the biryani factor.
This is some weird joke.
You really want me to say the rest? Okay. It's always rice to meet Stu again.
Why?
Oh, darny.
Why'd he do that?
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have long been in awe of my razor-sharp wit.
Alright. Here's your 500 Mora.
You're exaggerating. It's only 500 Mora.
Hey, 500 Mora is still a lot of snacks to Paimon.
All right. I'll treat you to some desserts later. Anyway, I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is focused on work, which is why I didn't complete the joke at first.
A case? What happened?
Nothing major. But after finding out who was involved, I decided, on reflection, to handle this one myself.
Need any help? We only
Who's
came here to
involved?
hang out.
Oh,
We
Sethos.
fun. You may as well take us with you, and then when you're done, we can, you know.
Such enthusiasm. Are you worried I'll forget about treating you to some sweets if you're not around to remind
I would
me?
tell her to do that sound effect again if I was like talking to her.
Alright, was it really that obvious?
Obvious enough. Still, it's a fine idea. You are the heroes of Sumeru.
Amongst other
Makes
things.
perfect sense to work together. All right, follow me.
I really like that sound when you start like a quest.
Do you see him? The old man flailing around?
Oh, is he the one you wanted to talk to about the case?
Correct. His name is Cyrus, a former Spontamont sage. He taught both me and Lisa.
Huh? Sino's teacher is in trouble?
It's ridiculous. I'm just an old man who enjoys a spot of gardening, shopping, and wine.
His voice actor sounds
So
very
person
familiar.
targets an old retiree.
Professor, I've brought some friends.
Ah, Simon.
Oh, okay, bye.
Now, who do we have here? Hold on, let me think. A flying fairy dressed in white? A youth who does not seem to hail from this land?
Traveler is so old.
You must be the legendary traveler in Paimon. I've heard all about what you've done for Sumeru.
Wow, looks like we're really famous.
I've told him about you before. You are my friends, after all. That's right. Let me summarize the situation. A couple of days ago, Professor Cyrus suddenly received a threat letter.
Dun dun dun.
A threat letter?
Exactly. Who sends a threat letter to an old man like me, for goodness sake?
This is the letter in question.
Cyrus, I have uncovered your secret. If you wish to prevent it from going public, leave 10 million mora at the back door of the cafe.
Dun dun
Secondly,
dun.
don't come looking for me. You'll never find me. But I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. Finally, if you dare to report this to the Matra, there will be consequences. Wow, they sure didn't mince their words.
Clearly, this person must be desperate for Mora.
10 million mora. What a joke. I'm just a
That's
single
pretty
retiree
achievable.
with nothing to my name beyond the tomatoes in my garden. Where do people think I'm hiding 10 million mora, huh? In my tomatoes?
There were
Well,
no
she got a
witnesses,
secret.
So currently the letter is all we've got. So Traveler, Paimon, let's put our heads together.
Paimon's ready too.
All right, take a look. Do you see anything suspicious?
Um.
Yes. Some of the strokes are blurry.
So is there something wrong with the ink?
Possibly. And I bet the paper has something to do with it.
Most of the paper around here is much smoother than this, and the ink is absorbed quickly so it doesn't run. This paper, meanwhile, it's very coarse-grained, almost as if it's made from some sort of plant matter.
Is that not what all
It's
paper
certainly
is
not
made
the same
from?
paper as we use in the academia, but the ink is nothing special.
Just regular black ink that gets a blue tinge when applied to paper.
So do we think the culprit has a connection with the academia or not? Wait, check this out. Looks like this part got wet at some point.
Agreed. The staining suggests it was a colored liquid, not plain water. It also looks like it was wiped off with a damp cloth.
A colored liquid, so... tea? Wine?
Looks like we're thinking along similar lines. Let's go talk to Arof. There are some things I'll need him to take care of.
Fine, Mantra Arav. Ooh, a Magnezone.
Ah, there he is.
Mahamatra Sino. Sir Cyrus. Ah, and the Traveler and Paimon. It's been a while.
As such, I'm inclined to believe that the culprit in this case is a student at the academia. Somebody young and strapped for cash. Oh, one last thing. I'd start your investigation by taking a look at the cafes in the city.
Oh, of course! You think the culprit spilled their coffee on the ladder, huh?
They do look like coffee stains to me. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the letter is written on a type of scented paper that has aromatics added during the manufacturing process. The kind often provided as writing material for customers in cafes and taverns.
Ah, of course. Yes, like they sell in the gift shops. I remember now. Zaha Hadid bought some a while back. She said she was going to use it as wrapping paper for a vase.
Understood. I'll assemble a team to investigate the points of interest immediately.
You have my gratitude.
One last thing. Send some Matra to guard the entrances and exits of Sumeru City. And change into plain clothes. Don't let them see you coming.
Will do.
It's been a while since we've done story stuff in Sumeru.
So, where do we think the culprit's at right now? Yeah, they've probably been lying low at home waiting to see how Cyrus reacts.
You're right, Paimon.
Really? Which part?
The culprit's approach. Whatever happens, they need this Mora. But just because they warned Professor Cyrus not to go to the Matra, doesn't mean they know what he'll do next. So, like you said, they need to wait and see. And crucially, the culprit said they'd be watching the Professor's every move.
Huh? Wait, are you saying...
Yeah, I was like, I would probably watch what Cyrus does if I'm like, don't tell
What are you doing?
the authorities.
threat letter. I don't know what you're talking about. What threat letter?
I sensed someone was watching us from the shadows the moment we entered the House of Dana. You managed to stay relatively well hidden for someone reckless enough to threaten Professor Cyrus. There are a lot of people here, but we were looking specifically for Arof. Whoever followed us the whole way was likely to be the culprit.
Dun dun
I
dun.
was just listening in, that's all. You know something big's going down when Mahamatra Sino shows up, right? So I got a little curious. What's the big deal?
You smiled when Arof left. I saw it as clear as day.
Is smiling a crime now?
There are coffee stains on the letter. You mixed some coffee with water, gently smeared it onto the paper, then wiped it off with a wet cloth. All to create the impression that the letter was written at a cafe. Closing off the exits to the city doesn't affect you, because you already live here. And as long as the Matra were focused on the cafes, you would be free from scrutiny. The cafe was a red herring all along. You had to be somewhere where you could monitor the professor's movements.
Dun dun.
You can't pin this on me!
Dun.
I haven't done anything!
Really? Then why are you shaking like a leaf?
Get him,
The innocent
Sino.
have no reason to fear the Matra. But you, your heart's racing, and your eyelids are twitching. You're a terrible liar.
I would never...
Would Sino
Don't
and
try anything or you'll
Nervlet
pay
get
a
along?
price. Now come with me.
About to put them on a team together. For funsies.
Well, that was over quickly. Sino already caught the guy.
Yeah. Quest done.
Telling me. One minute I go out for a quick smoke, the next minute I see Arav already on his way back to meet up with Sino. Looked like a young guy, too. Couldn't have been much more than 30. But after what he's done, I'm afraid he's ruined his whole future.
Dun dun.
It's all
dun.
over.
Gosh, that was so fast.
The culprit's name is Raka, a 16-year-old student.
16! They said no more than 30.
Huh?
16? Cyrus thought he looked 30-something.
We checked his records. He's 16, a third-year student.
Ooh.
But he looks so old.
Ooh.
Seriously.
Foolish child. He's too
Oops.
young for the criminal life.
Imagine being 16 and looking 30.
We question the
16
culprit
going
regarding
on
his
30.
motives. He,
Oh, just spit it out. Nothing can surprise me at this point.
very well. It's our understanding that Araka is
I
a
was like, he
mediocre
was probably
student
doing
who has been
badly.
underperforming in his classes. He started taking extra tutoring to improve his grades, but developed a gambling habit around the same time and lost a lot of mora. Down on his luck, he went to the tavern for a drink and overheard some people chatting about Sir Cyrus's comfortable
Ween
retirement.
womp.
They mentioned that he's always arguing about his tomato plants with some old woman on the street.
Some old woman on the street? Goodness gracious. Has that rascal attended a single one of his classes? That old woman is Kasharwar's very own professor, Zaha Hadi. How can he not know who Zaha Hadi is?
Is this going somewhere?
Womp
Oh,
womp.
right, yes. So another thing. We don't just argue about tomato plants. And what are they trying to insinuate by comfortable retirement? A man grows a few vegetables and suddenly he's living a life of luxury?
Maybe it's more the fact that you have the time to grow vegetables in the first place.
Araka mentioned he'd heard a rumor, alleging that Sir Cyrus illegally obtained a large sum of money from the desert before retiring, and kept it for himself instead of reporting it to the academia. Araka believes this money to be the reason why Sir Cyrus hasn't kept up with any academic research or other projects since his retirement. And given your advanced age, he thought you'd be an easy target to blackmail.
Oof.
Oh, Baraka. I'm at a loss for words. I'm so angry I don't know where to start.
People make up rumors all the time. I am quite confident that Professor Cyrus has never embezzled a mora in his life.
Arav, you'll have to find some excuse to interrogate Araka again later. I need you to deliver a few firm fistfuls to him on my behalf.
I completely understand how you feel, Sir Cyrus, but I'm afraid that course of action goes against the Matra's principles.
Professor, there's no need to be childish about this.
He is dealing with a
I
child.
was clearly joking.
Okay. Where does this go from here?
The academia will determine the appropriate disciplinary action against the student. And as for the individuals spreading rumors about the professor's obsession with tomatoes and some old woman on the street, there could be a slander case here. The Matra will continue to investigate.
Who said I'm obsessed with some old woman on the street? Mind your wording or you'll start a whole new rumor. You seem confused. Oh, don't you understand? Uraka is just a young boy who made a very rash and very stupid decision based on some groundless rumor he heard. Besides, I didn't actually hand over any Mora to him. The whole thing sounds a lot worse than it is. All it costs me is a little reputational damage. That's all.
Please rest assured, Professor, that the Academia will issue a fair and reasonable punishment.
Yes, I have no doubt about that. But as a former educator, I'd still like to have a serious conversation with the boy's parents. Their family lives in the city, yes?
Correct.
We looked into the family. Both parents are merchants and they're often away on business. They've never taken much of an active role in their children's lives.
Oh, what a mess. You don't have to seal the evidence away yet, do you? I'd like to have that letter back for the time being, if possible. I need something concrete for when I talk to the family tonight. We have to show them how serious this situation is.
The relevant authorities have already reviewed the evidence and are now discussing Uraka's punishment. You can hold on to the letter for now. Just make sure to return it within a couple of days.
Oh, so you'll be able to close the case in 2 days?
Give or take. Cases like this are quick to resolve.
Very good. Well, thank you for all your help. Perhaps we can all go for a meal together. Oh, my treat, of course.
Paimon's gonna jump on that in a second.
Sir Cyrus, but I have a prior commitment. Enjoy the meal, everyone.
Ah, I see. Well, that's a pity. But Sino, you have to come. You found the culprit at record speed, and I owe you for that. Ah, and isn't Tighnari in town at the moment?
Ooh.
Bring him along, too.
Ooh.
You mean Tighnari's in the city?
He is. Tighnari's master, Sir Nephis, called him and Kale to the Academia to help out on a project. They should be at Nephis's office at this hour. Though I must say, I'm surprised you're extending an invitation to Tighnari. Did you do something to offend Sir Nephis?
Don't be outrageous. Nephis offends me all the time. It's never the other way around. Anyway, hurry up and fetch Tighnari. I'll head over to the tavern with the Traveler and Paimon. See you there. Go on now. Don't keep us waiting.
I think it'd be quicker if I just teleport there. Wanna be real? I'm getting weary. I'm getting weary. I am posing focus. How are you? I'm getting all tired and weary. But I have so much more to do. I still haven't even touched the Chlorine story quest.
Not to brag, but we never had problems like this at Ratawa Hist back when I was still teaching. And if you don't want to take my word for it, you can ask them. They were students at the time. They'll tell you what it was like, won't they?
I was out in the forest at least 4 days a week back then, thanks to a colossal workload from Master. It wrought havoc on my poor tail, so I didn't exactly keep up to date with what was going on at the Academia.
Pretty tired.
Most
Writing Primos for 5.0 all day. Really?
Professors become a lot more
Ooh.
laid back.
You've got about 2 months till 5.0. I'm guessing.
Especially known for being extremely principled.
Wow.
9 weeks.
It's hard enough to stay true to your principles as a normal person. I can't imagine doing that as a sage.
It's a pity Kale wasn't
Gotta
around
say for
at the time.
Zhongli.
I
Oh,
would have
that's
happily
fair.
taken her on as a student.
I just saw. What did I just saw a Reddit post?
To address Lisa as upper class woman.
Upper class woman.
Can't you just call her Lisa? She seems to prefer when people treat her
I
like
just
an
saw a
older
Reddit
sister.
post that was like,
Oh, believe me. Back when
who
she
should
was a
I
student,
save
nothing
for?
made her
Farina
happier
or
than the younger
Zhongli?
students acknowledging her seniority.
And I was, well, in my head I was thinking like, it kind of depends on what you need.
Whoa,
But there are a bunch of like opinions in that Reddit.
Oh, don't worry about it. Order whatever you like. And if it's not enough, order some more. After all
Atlan
your
banners
help
are stacked.
today,
Either gonna have to
dinner
grind
was
a
the
lot or
least I
whale. Are they?
thought I heard some
How do you
familiar
know?
voices. And
Do
Sir
people
Cyrus
already?
is here
Oh,
as well.
Kave.
Kave, it's been a while.
Do people already know
He was talking about you last
what's
month.
coming?
How have you been?
I've been all right, thank you.
In
You're
5.0?
looking very well, sir.
I know nothing.
Glad to see.
The only Natlan character I know of. I don't know why I'm putting on a blanket. It's hot. The only Natlan character I know of is the one that they previewed a million zillion years ago.
I just came
When
to
they
Lon
gave
Lodge to buy some wine, and when I heard some voices I recognized,
when they gave like that
I'd come and
preview
say
of all the
hello.
nations.
So what's the occasion anyway? Some sort of celebration?
Consolation, more like. You wouldn't believe the day I've had.
Sounds like things have really gone downhill since I was there. My whole time as a student, I've never heard of anything remotely like that.
I can't believe how young the guy is. What are his parents going to think?
Alright, I don't know why I put this blanket on. It's hot.
Making rash and ill-advised decisions. Their minds are still developing. It's just an
I hope
unfortunate fact of life.
you get Zhongli in one wish.
This boy has
Fingers
some
crossed.
nerve. Just look at what he wrote. Oh, it makes my blood boil.
Wow, yeah.
A lot of leakers.
Jeez.
I will always be watching you and all of your
Columbina. Is that one of the
followed you into the house of Dana?
what's it called?
My son. Oh, he'd
Why,
get the
why am I
stoning
waving
of
my
a
hand
lifetime.
like this?
I'm
Harbingers?
also
My
an
gosh.
extremely principled person.
The Angel Harbinger. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not very good at remembering all the Harbingers.
I'll have to get going. Have a nice evening, everyone. I'll catch you all another time.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, Kave.
Here I am. The coffee beans are in here too.
Remember when it's been 12,000 years since he's been on a banner?
I'll stop babbling away now.
Alright.
Let's eat before the food gets cold.
But man, all of what you're saying, has me worried. Because Sigewinne comes out in like 3 days. And then we know there's one new character with the next patch. And then yeah, Natlan, in my mind, will be after that patch. So we never get like a break. With Sumeru, we had a good break. I saved up so many Primo gems before Fontaine hit because like between Sumeru and Fontaine, there was a lot of gap where I could just save. But it doesn't really seem like we're getting that gap here for Natlan. Because we've had like a new character in just about every patch since. There were a couple of no new character ones.
No problem at all. I'll pack some up and bring it over.
I'll see you all later. I better head home now and tend to the crops.
We get like 1 or 2 a nation at most, and often
Don't
it's
let
been
those tomatoes
child.
keep you up too late.
No, really. Actually, someone said recently, it's like we see like 2 harbingers per region.
I'll be leaving now. Don't stay up too late.
And it is usually, child is a lot recurring all the time. Sigewinne Farina
All right. Now we
and Emily and Lynn be in the next patch.
What do you mean, us time?
I
was
am
talking
gonna
with
struggle to
Minari
get
and Kale,
Sigewinne.
And since we all have some free time,
And then, you know, since I'm gonna struggle on Sigewinne, I'm gonna struggle on Emily because
back to Sumeru.
Camping? Oh, that sounds fun. Paimon's in! Wait, no, that's my job. Don't take it away from me. Why don't you and Paimon help out Master or Sino? You don't have to play the hero when you're out with us. This is your chance to just, you know, laze around and switch off for a bit.
same thing for you, Kalai. If I put the tent up, you can relax.
To the southeast of Gandharvaville. No need to bring anything. We've already packed everything for the trip. Just bring your delightful selves.
Delightful selves.
You got it. We'll be there.
Great. Then we'll see you tomorrow.
I really like Sino's voice. Alright, do I actually have to wait a day? Oh, okay. So is the next 5-star character you're gonna roll on Zhongli whenever he comes out? Or rebanners, I mean. I'm in a poo-poo spot because I'm at. Well, actually, I have more wishes now than I had the other day. I did just get 5 wishes from the Abyss. So right now I'm sitting at 20 plus 3, 4, 5, 25. I would say I'm sitting at about 30 wishes, but my history is that I literally just rolled Chlorant, so not looking very good for Sigewinne. At say 30 wishes, that's only halfway, not even halfway to soft pity. Not looking very good here. Not looking very good. Should we just get her still? Yeah, it's just gonna be a struggle. And with her being a struggle, Emily after her will be just as big of a struggle. Just as big of a struggle.
Wow, you guys are ahead of the game. You set up the
This is a cute little camp. I like the frog that's
say
here.
We're right about on schedule, actually. We were aiming to have them set up before you arrived.
Look at this frog!
Traveler, Paimon, let's go fishing together. Whatever we catch, we can grill for dinner tonight. You got it! Dinner's on us tonight!
Look at this crane!
I hope I can contribute too. The other forest watchers gave me some fishing tips a little while ago. I'm really looking forward to giving them a try.
I saw that they released gameplay footage of Sigewinne. I didn't really watch it.
I saw some very appetizing mushrooms in
But
the
like
area,
from what I saw,
so I gathered a few for us.
I'm excited. She looks really cute.
Wow, camping with a forest watcher is the way
I'll have to see how she compares to Kokomi. Kokomi is my hydro healer
I don't think I've ever had a single rough day in this forest.
forever and ever.
How has everything been going?
Got lucky and lost 50-50 for C2 Chlorant. Oh, guaranteed for the 5-star. Cool. Just have to get enough wishes for a 5-star. Only have 25 right now. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You should try a valberry.
Ooh.
I bought some from the market this morning.
Interesting. Were you trying for C2 Chlorant? I'm trying to remember her constellations.
Bury your feelings using food.
Oh, no.
All I wanted was to recommend something bittersweet.
Oh, I have a
Look
sudden
at this
craving
crane.
for fruit tea. I'm
Oh,
gonna go fetch some
goodbye.
stuff.
Oh, no. I thought it was leaving. Just pulling to pull and ended up getting Jean.
Unbelievable. She made a run for it.
So
Me
Kale
too.
chose the path of tactical retreat. Could it be she foresaw what shall soon come to pass?
Not the glint in her eye.
My dear friend, you know what I am about to
This
say.
is about to be awful.
Excellent.
I complained
kindred
though.
spirit.
I actually didn't have
Great
Jean on my.
warrior can sense
Oh,
where truth is
really?
not. But it looks like we'll get told off if we start playing now. Let's enjoy the
This
nature
facial
a
expression.
while longer.
Jean was my last standard banner 5-star when I started the game. Well, okay. Then they eventually released Tainari and Dia. But, so technically Dia, I guess, would be my last. But of the original standard banner characters. Jean was my
I'll reel it
last
in.
one. Still need to pull Tainari, Dia, and Chi-Chi. Really? Chi-Chi's the one that I feel like everyone complains like, I get too many
Once Kale
Chi-Chis.
gets back, we can light up the fire and start grilling.
Chi-Chi I got somewhat early on though, because I was using her as one of my earliest healers. For that cryo application. Then she's a pretty good healer. If you actually need heals. Kept getting ka-ching. Yeah, that was Maddie's not here right now, but that was Maddie. She's like, I keep getting ka-ching. For me, I think it was Mona that I always got.
Which one do you two want to take?
Even though I never really played her. She was like really good in the beginning and I never used her.
Well, Paimon just thinks the ambiance here is a little better.
True. But it's also the closest to the water. If there are any sleepwalking fungi around tonight, they might stumble into your tent.
Ka-ching's first 5-star I've gotten, C6. I'm with you there. Actually, well, Mona, I think, but for me, but I'm with you there.
Excellent. Then this tent will be an impenetrable fortress.
I'm back. How's your appetites? Ready for the barbecue? Always.
I'm glad they didn't make us TCG in the middle of this.
Oh, it smells so good. Paimon's drooling.
Someone sure is desperate to eat. I think it's time to add the seasoning. How do you like your skewers? Well done? Medium? Rare?
Are they fish?
Wait, what? Isn't that just
Yeah, it was like, is this fish?
If it works for steak, maybe it works for other things too.
Medium well for me.
Okay.
I think I would want my fish to be done. But to be fair, I guess you can eat fish
Well done.
in a variety of ways. But if I grill a fish, I think I want it to be nice and grilled up.
Oh, that was so delicious. If Paimon's stomach had space, she'd eat 3 more skewers.
I think I actually have Mona,
Here comes the food.
Ka-ching, and
tired,
Chi-Chi
then go
at
rest.
C6 now.
You must be getting sleepy.
All my other
sometime.
standard banner
Why don't you guys head
5
to your
stars
tents?
are like
Sino and I will clean up.
2, 4,
Tonight I show you mercy.
2, 4,
Our
or
sacred
something like
duel will
that.
take place another day.
Can eat raw fish as well, but medium sounds off. That's true. That's true. That's true. Raw, like sushi, like raw, or like well done, like cooked. Those are the two. Some weird in betweeny is like weird and in betweeny.
Sands.
I don't have one of those. Sino. Oh wait, do I?
It's a very powerful weapon. Try it.
Do I have that weapon?
Fair enough. You sure you don't want it?
Please give it to Paimon. I want to see Paimon wield that.
Paimon's sure. We'll be fine. And even if we do get an uninvited guest in the night, Paimon will be here to take care of the traveler.
Oh, okay.
That reminds me of a parting king of invocations. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. But right now, it's time to rest. Sleep well and sweet dreams.
Aw. Good night. That crane is still just hanging out. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. Do babies really sleep well? I feel like babies cry a lot.
I think they should all be here. Traveler, I'm on. Are you in there? Could you come outside
What is
for a
happening?
second? Look at this.
What are we looking at?
What's this sword doing here? Is it supposed to keep out intruders?
Evidently.
Huh? Who is it?
Why is my sword outside like that? Hello?
Paimon's gonna take out the sword. Yeah!
I want to see Paimon wield the sword. Me, for real. What? Why isn't she wielding the sword?
Sorry to wake you up at this hour of the night, but we've got a situation on our hands.
Let's get dressed and talk about it outside.
What? I guess everyone. It's a party.
Something has come up. And since it pertains to Cyrus and Sino, I deemed it essential to inform you all.
Whoa, back up.
Alright, I'll
Let's
hate
start
them.
from the beginning.
Okay, Kaveh. Where did I'll hate them even come from?
Where'd the wine cups go? I could have sworn I left them here after I washed them. Ah, there they are.
I'll have a cup too.
Can you see if the cookies are still on the table?
I have that book.
They
Hold on,
are.
don't worry. I
And
got
so
you
are
all.
the fruits.
Oh, this is so bland. I should have gotten a few bottles of what Sino's group was drinking last night.
Do tell. What were they drinking?
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. So, I ran into Cyrus yesterday evening when I went to the tavern to pick up some things. He was hosting a dinner for Sino, Tighnari, Kale, and the Traveler and Paimon. Anyway, they got a bottle of Lombard's new vintage for the table. At least, I think that's what it was. It looked pretty good.
Sounds like they're all tangled up in this.
Were we poisoned? What does that
You know what
mean?
it's about, right? 16-year-old kid tried to extort Cyrus. He was asking for 10 million mora.
I heard some people talking about it on the streets, yes. Didn't take them long to catch the culprit. The sages are probably dealing with the case by now.
Oh, he
Wonder
just
what
meant that
Sir Nefis and
case.
the others will make of it. Oh, Cyrus showed me the extortion letter too. It was crudely written, but the paper had this beautiful pattern on it that I've never seen before.
Forget the
Really
Traveler's
caught my
centuries
eye.
old and can drink. Oh, yeah.
Give me a sec. I'll search it
Traveler is
up
so
for you.
freaking old. But also, it feels like Traveler never drinks. Did she actually partake in the drinking? Because, like, anytime there's a drinking event or something, people are like, oh, look, there's the book. People are like, oh, we
done.
can't offer you a
Take a
drink.
look.
You're too young or something.
You see what I mean? I don't think I've ever seen writing paper like this around before. God knows where the culprit got it from.
They're always like, you're so young.
Interesting.
Traveler's like
These are all
gazillion
motifs
millennia
associated
year
with the
old.
tribes of the desert.
What? Really?
Take this, for instance. Looks like an outline of a spire, similar to the kind found on some ancient palaces. And the crisscrossing and mirroring here. I recognize that too. It bears a striking resemblance to an ancient emblem, one that hasn't been used in a very long time.
Whose emblem is it?
It's the emblem of the Temple of Silence.
Temple of Silence. They just go off appearance. To be fair, like, I feel like 95% of the time that's pretty accurate. At least in, like, our world. Or, I shouldn't say our world, like,
Discussing it with each other, we both
the
agreed
game.
that something
Like
didn't
this
feel
game.
right. So we went
Although,
looking for you.
that guy that they
This was a long way
said
to
did all
come
this
from the
trouble
city.
and was 16
I'll
years
even think
old
you were probably with
did look
Tighnari,
kind of
so
old.
Gandharville was our first stop. But the
Did
forest
look
watchers
kinda
told us
old.
that you'd gone camping. Then, just as we were heading off to the campsite, we ran into Sino. He said he was on a supply run. We exchanged a few words, and then he ran off.
Hold on. So what's the deal with that emblem you were talking about? The Temple of Silence, you said? What is that? Should we be worried?
Something's up, huh? Give me a second. Let me get Kale.
Oh, goodness.
So you've
To be
never
fair, I
heard
don't
of the
know.
Temple of Silence?
I do not know the ages of like any of the playable characters.
It's an organization that is
I would say
existing
I'll
somewhere
hate
for
them
over
for sure
1,000
is old
years.
enough to drink.
These days, you
But
can
I don't
find the
really know
Temple
his
of
age.
Silence office in
Kaveh
the
too.
Academia. Theoretically,
Tainari, I
it's
guess,
responsible
is
for the
old enough,
custody and disposal of information and
but I
documents not
can't
fit for
necessarily
public
tell.
dissemination.
I don't know if
At
Cole
least,
drank,
That's what they tell the outside
but to
world.
me, she seems like she's too
In
young.
truth, it's essentially a vestigial institution nowadays.
But I'm very bad at
There's
telling
an
their
office with
ages
name on
in
it,
this
but it's
game
functionally obsolete.
because they don't really
Historically
give a lot of
speaking,
references.
The original Temple of Silence is said to have been established by Hermanubis, one of the 7 pillars of King Desha.
Latham,
and the
Sino,
greatest
Kaveh,
of all
Tainari
sages.
all are in their mid to late
Most
20s.
of the organization's members hailed from the desert. By
Yeah, I would put
contrast, none of the
Kaveh and
Academia Temple's
Alhaitham
current members are
around
from
my
the desert
age.
region, nor do they use any symbols connected with the desert folk.
I don't know why, but Tainari gives off younger vibes
Just a fake?
than that.
Wow.
It's possible.
And Sino
The real
too.
question is, why? My guess is they're covering something.
But it kind of would make sense that they be the same age as Kaveh and Alhaitham.
Pretty top secret stuff.
Did you forget? He did a stint as acting Grand Sage and kept the pay raise.
That
even
is
after he
so
resigned.
funny.
Oh yeah, Paimon did totally forget about that. So you took the chance to read all the top secret documents.
Oldest is definitely Zhongli and Venti. 6,000 and 2,600.
Whether I familiarized myself with the documentation in my office, I would
Ganyu's
respond by
also
saying
really
it's a
old.
normal part of any job.
And
much
Chao,
about this doesn't
also
make
very
sense.
old.
Why did the emblem of the Temple of Silence appear on a threat letter from an academia student to Cyrus? The student's only
Who else?
16 and doesn't have any family ties to the desert. So where could he have seen that emblem or gotten the paper?
Raiden's also pretty old. Forgot Ganyu existed. No, not Ganyu.
Ran off as soon as he heard what we said.
Given that Cyrus is involved, he's probably halfway through solving the case by now. Still, we should try to catch up with him. At this hour of the night, Sino will probably go
I mean,
looking for
to be fair,
Cyrus at
Ganyu
his
is
current
younger than
residence.
Zhongli, but
If the Academia's Temple of Silence
And
really
Shao
does
too.
exist just to cover up the truth, the sudden appearance of this emblem can't be good. And sure
I'll
to
eat up
stir
there
up
pretty old.
trouble.
Yeah.
We should pay a visit to the Academia.
Oh, Madam
Yes.
Ping.
As the Sage of Immorta,
Well, that would mean
my
Shun
master ought to know the truth
Shun
about
Yun
their
is also pretty old too.
You can ask him to tell you what he knows. The more information we have, the better prepared we'll be for whatever
Traveler is the oldest of all.
If this situation is connected to the
Gazillion
real
million
Temple of
millennia, I don't know.
the emblem has to be
Who
part
knows
of
how
a bigger
time
conspiracy.
compares
Kale,
outside of
could I
Tevat.
tell you to send a message to the core of 30? Tell them to keep an eye out for Sino and Cyrus.
I
Traveler,
wonder how you would
Paimon,
even measure time
two come with
if
me.
you were like a
We'll
world
go after
traveler.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
The only reason we
Cyrus
have
has been
time
living in the
here
city.
on Earth
He rented a place
is
near the
because we
field
have
so he can
a
keep an eye on his
system for
tomato plants.
measuring time,
Look for him there.
like rotating Earth and then revolving around the sun. Theoretically, Tevat probably has that similar kind of method. Apparently matches ours because we measure their birthdays by our calendar. But I wonder how you would measure, like, if you're a world hopping person. Wow, interesting. It'd be complicated to convert your natural time. Yeah, it'd be. There's probably, well, they don't even have ages of any of the characters in the game anywhere. But I'm like, there's not going to be anything anywhere that tells us. I don't even know. It doesn't even make sense. How do you have a birth date? How do you, like, well, there was a day you were born, but like, you know, it's very weird. Very strange. Time in Tevat may make general sense, but traveler time
Here we
is
are. This is the place.
kind of weird.
We might be too late. Looks like nobody's home. Oh, Sino moves fast. If he was here, he's probably long gone by now.
I know that voice. Is that Tainari I hear?
Imagine being the voice actress and having to be like,
Professor Zahahadi.
I know that voice.
So it really is you. My goodness. Whatever is going on tonight?
We're looking for Sino. So, he's already been here.
Yes, not long ago, in fact. He knocked on my door and asked if I'd
I
seen
know
Cyrus
that.
today
Wait,
at all.
I have to cover it better.
Told him the old fool
I
left
know that
early
voice.
this morning, and I hadn't heard him come back. So we went to his place, and would you believe it? He's gone. Goodness knows where to. It must have alarmed Sino, because he took off in an awful hurry after that. He never did explain what this was all about.
Sounds like the
How
super.
serious is it?
Time out.
Well, if Cyrus isn't at home... Oh, it sure doesn't sound good.
Professor.
Wait, that's where you time out yourself. Do you want to time out yourself, Mark?
Cyrus?
Why, yes. When I left the house that day, I noticed he was watering his flowers in the field in complete silence.
Sure.
He had a piece of paper clutched in his hand, and he looked lost in thought. I could tell something was troubling
Alright,
him,
hold on.
but he wouldn't tell me what it was. If Sino
Alright.
happened to visit him that day, he'd probably still be holding on.
Everyone say bye, Mark. See you in. I forget how long the
After
timeout's
seeing the
for.
letter,
See you when you're
Sino took him in
untimed
contact the
out.
Corps of 30. Cyrus was very reluctant. He claimed it would only damage his reputation. Eventually, he
What if I
relented.
accidentally clicked the ban button instead of the timeout button?
Huh?
We
Cyrus
did
didn't wanna
it.
report
Successful.
Well, that's strange. When we saw him, he seemed
600
pretty okay
seconds.
with the
10
idea of
minutes.
the kid getting his just desserts.
We'll see Mark again in 10 minutes.
It's possible Cyrus still has enemies at the academia. That's why Sino was so insistent that he report the matter to the authorities. I was there while they were going back and forth over it.
So Cyrus initially hoped to stop this from going public. But why?
Something shady.
Oh dear, what on earth has that old fool gotten himself wrapped up in? Oh, I do hope he's not
I
in
thought
danger.
I would get through the Cloran story, but I'm
I
really
almost forgot.
tired already.
Sino left me this letter to
So,
pass on to you. He wrote it when he came by earlier. He
this tells
realized you
me
might come looking for him.
I'm gonna get through Sino's story, and that'll be enough. I'm so tired. My friends, this is a rather complicated state of affair. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose more than that. I ask you to understand, except that I had to act alone at this stage. Don't come after me. Alright, time to go after Sino.
My friends, this is a rather complicated state of affairs.
Oh, had they told me they were gonna read it, I wouldn't have bothered.
I ask you to understand and accept that I had to act alone at this stage. Don't come after me.
Cloran story's like 5 hours. For real?
That sounds like Sino.
That's what I heard. I haven't played it yet. I did not know that.
Don't worry. We will do all we can to protect both Sino
I
and
technically
Cyrus.
started it because I claimed it and then like went
Let's head to the
to
academia and regroup.
Fontaine and it activated immediately, but I've done none of it besides that. To be fair, this is panning out to be decently long so far. Like, I know Sethos appears in this. And we have yet to even see him, so... Where am I going right now? Where is this trying to lead me? I have 14 other story quests to complete. I haven't let them procrastinated. Yeah, that was kind of me. I just did the latest Archon quest, which was not that long, in my opinion. Was not that long. And now I'm trying to knock through. So I know. and Chlorant. I have a bunch of world quests too. I will eventually get to, but I guess not right now. I do want to catch up on all of them, either this patch or next patch. So we shall see. I had a really good run of catching up on Sumeru stuff. This is like the same thing with the banners with Sumeru. At the end of Sumeru, I felt like I had so much time to work on saving Primo gems and to just like wrap up all the Sumeru content. But with Fontaine, it doesn't quite feel like I've had that. There's been like kind of constant content and stuff, which is a good thing. I'm glad. It's just I don't know, it's just been pretty different from last year.
You're here?
I get on. I'll start off with Albedos. I was gonna complete it today, but saw I had to go to Giant Spot. Oh yeah.
We went to Cyrus'
Oh
house.
yeah.
No one was there. Sino got there before us, but he was long gone by the time we arrived.
He didn't say where he was going?
No.
I forget what happens in
Go after him.
Albedo's
Can't say I'm surprised.
story quest.
Typical Sino. Anyway, some updates on progress.
Because I'm kind of conflating. There was an event
but in more detail this time.
that revealed a lot of stuff about him. Yeah, this is when we saw the original letter. I was like wondering what that shape in the background was. But I'm like mixing up and like mushing together what happened in that event and his story.
I checked some ancient texts for a similar design. The one I found was a little blurry, but the similarities in the general form.
Mondstadt story quests have been very meh. Venti and Jean were pretty boring, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah, to be fair, everything that came out in 1.0 or like version 1.0 and stuff is
Meanwhile,
a lot blander, I would say, in my opinion, than future stuff.
Cyrus's embezzled funds was a young man from the desert.
I would say Mondstadt and then Leeway's original stuff are both kind of in a similar
Apparently, the two met in the tavern
place.
over a game of cards. The guy claimed to be in the city
Although
for business.
the Albedo story quest or event story quest was very interesting,
And brought up the idea of extorting Cyrus for
but
Mora. The guy encouraged him to go ahead with it.
you and Shaw on the other hand were amazing. Yeah,
I see. So
I feel like they did a lot of Mondstadt stuff first. Leeway got a little better, even though it was still in that 1.0 era. But
Say where he is?
He doesn't know. He claims not to have seen him since that day in the tavern. The man gave him some tips on how to carry out the extortion, but from then on, Uraka was acting alone.
Nephis and Arov have gone to meet the Court of 30 and review the city's entry and exit.
Ito's gotten plenty of amazing story and events as well. He just always has a part to play.
The Temple of Silence once came to the rainforest to establish a collaboration with the academia, but
And we actually got to see Ito and Shao together in that one like chasm story.
And ended the partnership.
I can't remember if that was from an event. No, I think that was actual story.
Ever since its inception, the Temple of Silence has been the guardians of King Deshret's civilization and belief system. They traveled throughout Sumeru, sequestering and guarding.
He was where Hoyo started working on character design. Whereas where they fixed quest, and Fontaine is where they fixed dialogue. I really like all the Fontaine Archon quest, or like all the Fontaine main story.
It became a matter of public knowledge, and so
It was kept me on my toes the whole way through.
conceal the truth.
Not only that, but they managed to keep up the charade for hundreds of years.
So how did Cyrus become acquainted with the true Temple of Silence if they left centuries ago?
I'll bet that's the question that bothered Sino. Probably why he went after him in such a rush.
Whoever is behind this,
But I feel that.
getting Uraka to extort Cyrus was only the first step of the plan. Their true goal
Yeah,
in doing
character
so
development
was for
did
Cyrus
hit
to
a
see the
lot
emblem on the
come
letter.
Inazuma and
Must have
beyond.
recognized it right away. That'll be why he didn't want to involve the authorities. He probably hoped to
One
take
thing I
care of the
always
whole
love about
thing by
Inazuma is
himself.
Raiden.
Unfortunately
Actually
for
acted
him,
like an
Cyno
Archon.
had other
Really?
plans.
Since the desert was
Really?
where the Temple of Silence originated, that is in all likelihood where Cyrus went.
I have to go after him.
Really? Are you sure that's a good idea with how you respond to the heat? Why don't
I
we send
liked, I
someone
like the
else?
buildings
I should
in
be fine, as long as I
Inazuma,
bring
like the
plenty of water.
design. When we
Besides,
first got
I just
Inazuma
can't
released, and I
shake
was
this
like, wow,
ominous
these are
feeling
really
that if we don't
pretty.
catch up to them soon.
Everyone, I have news from the Corps of 30.
Master.
Oh, so that's Nafis, Tainari's master?
They've all
Whoa, I
said his
finally
name
came to meet him
differently.
in person.
It's a pleasure to meet you, traveler in Paimon.
I don't
Several
like his
independent
glasses.
eyewitnesses have reported seeing Cyrus and Mahamatra Sino leaving the city at different times. Both were heading in the direction of Caravan Rebat. I was going
Since he
to
didn't do
suggest
much
that
in
you join
Mondstadt,
forces with the Corps
and
of
then they
30
get
in
his
this
noses
quest.
stolen.
As I'm sure you've already heard from all Hatham and Kazan, the Temple of
Zhongli
Silence
really
is
just let
involved.
Leeway get attacked so he could
The
retire.
Academia has made a number of decisions throughout history.
I see what
that
you're
I'm
saying
ashamed
now.
to talk about. It
I
may
see what
well
you're
be
saying.
that no better choice was available to them, but those actions are nonetheless a stain on our legacy. I won't attempt to make you understand the Academia's perspective. Now is the time for action.
To be fair, I feel like they kind of had to start weak
understand
with the
where you're coming
Archons,
from, Master.
in a way.
But I'm afraid the
Otherwise,
situation might
there would
more
be no
complicated
build-up.
than we thought. I think we need to keep a low profile, or risk making things worse.
Every time the Fatui come to a nation, I'm like, how are they going to get the Gnosis?
Worse, if he's fallen into their hands.
Like with Nahida, I mean, we saw how they got it, and I hated it happening that way.
Back safely. We cannot afford to lose them.
And actually similar for Fontaine. I was like, how are they gonna get it? And then we had a whole bunch of twists and stuff with the Archon stuff in
Arav and I will
Fontaine.
continue to follow up on the lead
But I'm also kind of mad about how they ended up getting it.
I'd like to ask you to cover the duties of the House of Dana.
Ooh, okay, I'll hate them. Oh, he just nodded and smiled.
Tainari, you are planning to go into the desert.
Night and Freya were just dealing with trauma. Getting kidnapped by her own people. Yeah, they're being
You stay behind,
Farina.
help Master, and I'll hate them.
Well, if you're sure.
Yeah, their stuff was
But be
pretty rough, actually.
Thank you all. Arav, let's go.
You'd better get moving. Don't forget to ask for help when you need it.
Will do. Let's go.
The stuff with Raiden though made me very mad. Actually, she's the one that makes me like the most mad
Probably covered a fair
as
distance
a
already,
playable
but we still
character
have a shot. Let's take it.
because of the way she left herself trapped in Euthymia. Her essentially stuck in her own head while her people suffered with the what's it called? Vision Hunt decree. But I digress. I complain about this all the time. Killed a Harbinger in front of us. That is true. That is true. Which is funny because I was like, when are we gonna get to play Senor? And then she died. I have strong opinions on Raiden. She makes me very angry.
Maybe we should ask the nearby guards if they've seen anything.
Hold on. Look over there.
Oh! Dun dun dun. They're doing a lot of character dropping in this Sino story.
But still.
It's not my first time. I'll be fine.
Sino.
If you're really going to go through with this, then at least take our advice. When you're packing for your trip, budget for 5 days more than you plan to spend out there.
Makes sense. Okay, I'll go get ready.
thought we might find you here. You're trying to retrace Cyrus's steps, aren't you?
Didn't I tell you not to come after me? I thought I had a good lead on you.
I did too. I don't know how we caught up with him.
Why would you go off on your own like this?
Nothing personal. It's just a complex situation. And I'd rather not involve anyone else.
We still haven't seen Sethos in this story. And I know he appears in this story. So I wonder how much I have left to do.
But why so coy today, huh? You only gave us his age and description. Why can't you reveal his name? Is he Sumeru's most wanted or something? Oh, also, hey guys, it's been a while.
They did Dia so dirty. I know there are people that do like how she plays, but I know I'm not alone in not liking it. Her kit, her build, and everything.
Glad to see it. Candace and I came to Caravan Rebot on business. We ran into Sino as he was asking about some elderly gentleman's whereabouts. Some people say they saw him. Guess he stood out as an older guy heading into the desert alone with just a sumpter beast in tow and very few supplies. That's gotta be one heck of a story there.
Sino, it's okay if you can't tell us anything about the case. But let us know how we can support you.
Look at Candace.
We're here to
We
help whatever you need. The more people we have working on
I
this,
also
the
do not
better
like
we'll find the
Candace's
person
kit.
you seek.
No, it's not that simple.
Candace actually looks
Right.
kind of like a 5-star
Doing
character.
everything he
I
can to
feel
avoid
like.
us.
We spoke with Zaha Hadid.
I don't really know how to use her.
It's pretty clear that he wants to try and solve this on his own. It won't be easy trying to find
It was done
him in
really
the desert, but
dirty.
he's deliberately trying to cover his tracks.
Yeah, I don't. I gotta be honest. From just playing her alone, did not like her kit.
The chances are that his
To be
route
fair,
doesn't
I
pass
don't know
over
how to
the
use
village.
her.
You may as well ask if anyone
But there's
there
nothing
has
about her, how she ran for me just playing her
Thanks to you.
that would make me want to
Once
use
this
her.
is resolved, I will find a way to
It
repay
was just not comfortable.
Come on. No need to get all
Kind of the same
serious.
with Dia, to be honest.
around and
Although
drink
Dia's is
sometime
more
when
comfortable than
sitting or
Candace,
something.
for sure.
That's a deal.
Already a disadvantage for being Hydro. That's true. This was back when Hydro was like.
Yes, we'll handle it from here.
Hydro's improved a lot now.
Thank you
With
again for your
Fontaine.
help.
Although
take it
I
for granted.
doubt
Alright,
she's
then we'll leave you
really
to it.
capitalizing on
Just
that.
remember, if you change your mind and need some reinforcements, we'll be here.
I guess I can look at how I've built her.
You can depend on
I usually try to at least build the characters close to how they're supposed to be built, but even if I don't use them. But I'm sure she still has poo-poo garbage on. I really like her look. Like I said, I feel like she looks like she could be a 5-star character. This kind of clashes with her looks. EM and HP. I don't know if that's recommended for her. I have all her constellations apparently. I do not remember that. Interesting. Oh right, I meant to look at Sino. Do I have his weapon? I cannot believe I have his weapon. When did I get his weapon? I guess it would have been a long
I
time
see the
ago.
value in my own work, but I also
Alright,
see the
off to Aru Village. It is really hot in my room. I'm about to open my door.
Hold on. There's a few things I'd like to clear up.
Go on.
So, after you left the campsite, we had a longer talk.
Clearly, we've only scratched the surface of the Temple of Silence question. It doesn't surprise me at all that the one in the academia is a fake.
Do you have any connection with the Temple of Silence?
Seal and Sino just gave up on making their weapons fit their design. No, really.
Aware of the spirit that gives me
They
her
really
power.
did. They are.
Hermanubis,
Sino's
the original
doesn't look
founder of
god
the Temple of
awful on
Silence.
him,
Due to my
but Nilu,
constitution, I was put through a
it's
number
pretty
of
bad.
trials in
I
the
don't even
desert
have
when I was younger.
Nilu's weapon. It's
Later,
it's so.
Professor, And he brought me to Sumeru City.
Actually, between those two, I should have gotten Nilu's weapon and not Cyno's. I don't know why I have Cyno's.
Can't recall much. It's a good thing.
But
that
yeah,
Kaveh noticed
Nilu's
the
looks
emblem on
so
the weapon.
incredibly terrible on her.
I don't know
Same with the Yoimiya and Thundering Pulse. Oh yeah, I don't even think I run Thundering Pulse on Yoimiya. I feel like I still have an ugly one on her. I think I run the Battle Pass one.
Memory fails me. It's hard to say.
Yeah, you're right. Thank goodness for Kaveh, and for Alhaitham's diligence during his time as acting Grand Sage.
But Cyrus must have recognized it right away, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any qualms about you reporting it. Oh, maybe his connection to the Temple of Silence goes even deeper than yours.
I suspect so too. Professor has never once mentioned the Temple of Silence in conversation. And whenever the conversation turns to Hermanubis and the concept of spirit indwelling,
Trying to
he
cool off
avoids
my
going
room.
into any depth.
Well, speaking of avoiding things, you do realize, don't you, now that we've caught up with you, you're stuck with us for the rest of the way.
The one thing that does make sense about those weapons is that they are like in a weapon series that came out with that region.
Managed to ditch you en route, so I might as well accept that you're coming with.
Although they never complete those series. Or wait, Thundering Pulse isn't, is it? Is Thundering Pulse part of? Yeah, because it goes with the sword and the spear. The spear, right? Or polearm.
Fair enough.
From Inazuma.
And at
I'm
least
trying to
let me
remember.
buy you a drink once we're back in the city.
Works for me. All right.
Although
off we
this,
go.
they never
Let's
complete
start by
those
seeing
sets.
what the guards
There's
have
like,
been
is there any singular set that has like every single weapon in it? Engulfing, lightning, and mist splitter. Yep, those are the two I'm thinking of from Inazuma.
I'm looking for someone, so I'd like to confirm any recent foot traffic in and out of Aru Village.
A man matching that description passed by Aru Village not too long ago. He stopped by to load up on food and water and feed his sumpter beast, then he was on his way.
Where was he going?
Oh wait, the archive
Let
will
me
show all these weapons next to each
He
other.
took a seat by the entrance of the village for a while and had a brief chat with the person who came to deliver the water. He said he was headed somewhere near an oasis, but he didn't mention
Maybe Ghost
which one.
Catalyst kind of fits her, but
Do you
not well.
have a
Yeah,
map?
I agree with
The
that.
direction he was heading in the best routes to
Kagura's
any nearby oases.
Verity?
I
I
have one.
think that's what it's called.
Mark
I'm
away.
very bad at remembering weapons names. Hers at least kind of fits.
There you go.
Well, and engulfing lightning
Thank
doesn't
you
look
so
bad
much.
on Raiden.
You were a great help.
Mist Splitter doesn't look that great on Ayaka though.
Ah, you're quite welcome. Just doing my job. Best of luck. I hope you find him soon.
Thanks. Oh, the Traveler upgraded to Silver Sword in this quest line. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. She wasn't wielding the dull blade in this quest. Only one Claymore user. Since he was Geo, it makes sense they didn't give him a purple Claymore. Oh yeah, our Ito's. Where is Ito's? I definitely don't have Ito's. Where is it? Oh, I'm in the 4 stars. Like, where is it? Oh. I don't have this, so I can't actually look at its look. Who wields this? Who wields this? Whose Claymore is this? Ito and Shiori match weapons pretty well. Yeah. This looks pretty good on Ito. I don't have it, but it looks pretty good on Ito. Alright, wrong one. I can't pull it up because I don't have it, but Actually, I don't have any of this series of weapons, and this isn't organized by series. And there's no way to organize it by series. That's unfortunate. I was thinking they'd arrange them by series, but they're not. I have all this. Oh, I'm missing one of the Skyward ones. I'm surprised. Okay, we do have all the Skyward series, like, in existence. There are, like, series that don't have. I don't have this, but this is that leeway weapon set. Sword, claymore, spear, catalyst. Oh, there's no bow for that set. Bow doesn't exist. Yeah, they like stopped doing like these series stuff out of after Sumeru. I don't think we don't have like a set like that for Fontaine, do we? No, we don't. No, we don't. And then this and this. There's no claymore version of it. There is a catalyst. No bow though. I don't have Kagura's Verity. I think these two are in the set together. And then this, and then the sword. There's no claymore. Whose claymore is this? What other claymore character did we get in Sumeru that would use this? I don't know why I can't think of it. Well, anyway. There are a lot of unique signature weapons that don't really go in a set, but they like make sense on who they came with. This makes sense for Linny. Like, makes so much sense for Linny. Makes so much sense for Arlecchino. Navia, easy. I did get Chlorian's. Works just fine for her. Oh, and Farina. I'm missing a lot of people's signature weapons. I think this is Eula, Chiori, Alhaitham, Shan Yun, Risley. I'm pretty sure I have, pretty sure I'm running this on Yoimiya. Anyway. Alright. Oh, who did we get a claymore in Sumeru? Well, I'm sure we did, but like, who is that claymore belong to? Oh, Dia. Is that Dia's claymore? It has to be. Dia was our only 5-star claymore that came out in Sumeru. Because the read is D. Oh, yep. Beat me to it. I forgot. I was like, whose claymore is this? It does fit Dia. It is fitting.
I cannot help but feel that you bringing me here is some sort of an assassination attempt.
Norvalet in the desert.
Silence!
Man, I'm feeling weary. We still have not seen Sethos, and I'm so weary. Fontaine characters are always so bratty when you bring them into the desert. Oh, you're right. I should switch to another character from Fontaine. See what they say. Oh, there's Sethos.
Do you think
should be. I'll go.
Oh.
I'll do it.
Oh, okay. Okay, Tainari, dang. Tell him.
Why can't Sino go talk to them? What difference does it make?
Given my background, appearance, and the way I dress, I might not be the most welcome visitor here. Just in case, it's probably better to let a more neutral party handle things.
Hello there. I hope I'm not interrupting. My friend and I are looking for an elderly man
Look how
who's gone
pretty
missing
his
around these
hair is.
parts. Any chance I could ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, a missing person, huh? Sure. What do you want to know?
I'm just wondering if you've seen him. Let me give you the details.
Why did they all swarm him?
So, a silver-haired guy in a long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes, and he's traveling alone.
He'd stand out like a sore thumb around here.
Yeah, sounds like the kind of guy we'd remember if we saw him.
He's looking behind me.
Let's set those. And Hawks have the same voice actor.
Uh-oh. That
Hawks, as in
Your friend over
like
there stands out a lot too.
the bird. Like the bird.
Hey, aren't you Sino, the General Mahamatra?
I thought these two were friends.
You don't seem surprised that I recognized you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, you're the one looking for the old
Character
man.
from anime. Okay, I was like,
I have a bad feeling about this guy.
I'm trying to remember Sethos' voice actor's name.
Someone's on edge. You don't trust me much, do you?
I don't know that I know him. I know Sinos, and I know Tainari's
You came to us
from other
asking for
things.
help. Do you want it or not?
I thought you were a group of merchants. Seems I was mistaken.
Your henchmen don't look like much, but something tells me they put up a better fight than most mercenaries.
Hey, hear that, guys? You're my henchman now.
Suits me, as long as I get paid for it.
Just cut to the chase already. I'm running out of patience.
all right. Come with me. All of you.
Zeno Robinson. Hold on. IMDb is my friend.
Silver-haired, long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes. Sounds like there's a whole other side to Cyrus I didn't know about.
So you know where he is?
Just follow me. I'll take you to him.
Definitely surprised that Genshin got Alejandro for Sino. Really? Really? I really like Alejandro Saab as a voice actor. What I'm more surprised about than that was that they put him in Honkai Star Rail as well. And who he voices in there sounds so different than Sino. So different than Sino.
There's nothing here.
Please step back.
Whoa, something's coming out of the ground.
What is this enormous building doing here?
I got you. Hold on.
King Deshret's technology?
Wait, so, hold on. Who are you guys really?
Oh, he voices Lucas Sinclair in a Stranger Things game. That's interesting.
All good questions. There'll be plenty of time to address
He's
them.
like one of the top tier voice actors. Not just for gaming, but popular anime, like One Piece and Pokemon. That's true, but I feel like Genshin's done a good job of getting like some really famous, popular voice actors. I mean, like right from the start, they got Zach Aguilar for Male Traveler. I really like Zach Aguilar in a bunch of things. I don't know. I think Genshin has a stacked like English, because English is the only language that I listen to the voice actors for in Genshin. Like a stacked thing of voice actors. I actually, when the game first came out, I was surprised they didn't have, oh my gosh, who is my voice actor, my favorite voice actor? Matthew Mercer in it. Actually, I'm surprised Matthew Mercer doesn't voice D-Luke. I'm still waiting for the day for them to get Matthew Mercer to voice a character. It's a shame how they don't use him much. Oh, Zach Aguilar. Got like 10 voice lines a nation. No, really, they did Traveler dirty. At least with Zach Aguilar, they do use him in a lot of the live streams. A lot of live streams. But yeah, they did Traveler dirty with the number of voice lines we get of Traveler. I should probably go in here. I'm looking for other things that Zeno Robinson has voiced. Zeno Robinson voiced Fuecoco.
This is not what Paimon was expecting to find in the desert, especially not hidden right next to an oasis.
The unfortunate thing with me and looking at voice actors nowadays is I have to scroll really far on their repertoires to recognize things because I'm so behind on games and movies and media.
What's wrong?
So I have to look at what I recognize people from. It's like years ago and I have to scroll so much.
You haven't done anything you might regret.
He was in Horimiya.
Hope I haven't done anything.
Toru Ishikawa. I cannot remember who that was. He was in Demon Slayer. Genya. I cannot remember Genya. Let's see. Oh, he voiced Go in Pokemon, which I do not keep up with Pokemon anymore, but I think that was the new, was that the new main character in Pokemon? Okay, I need to keep scrolling because I'm still not far enough back for me. I should make your less voice lines that are a one-off side character. No, they really did. It's dirty. Now it's like if Traveler says anything in any story, like any line, it's like, oh, Traveler said something. I can thank my students for a lot of my voice actor knowledge. Really? For me, it's just like old stuff at this point. It's really old stuff. Oh, he voiced Anya Capone in Attack on Titan. That is probably where I recognize him from, actually, because I just watched Attack on Titan recently. That is so funny. He sounds fairly different than his character from Attack on Titan. I gotta keep scrolling. I'm not even far enough back. I'm in things from 2021. This is how... Oh, I see. Hawks is from My Hero Academia. I don't watch My Hero Academia. Rune Factory 5. He was Cecil. Which character was Cecil? I don't even remember. He was teen with baseball hat in Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Which one's Toru from Horimiya? That's one of the main characters, I feel like. I can't remember. I'm really bad with names. Alright, we're finally getting back into things that I would maybe recognize voice actors from. He has a very big repertoire of voice acting, though. As I feel like a lot of the Genshin voice actors do. Which makes it hard for me to remember what I know them from. Because I do recognize so many of them. It's just very hard for me to scroll through and find the things I recognize them from. Actually, where? I didn't even see Genshin in this list. Am I on the wrong voice actor? Because I'm gonna cry. Am I on the wrong voice actor? Because I don't even see Genshin in his repertoire on here. Well, anyway. I'm just gonna move on and ignore that. Whatever I'm... Okay, well, his repertoire kind of stops. The sponsor for the school's anime club, so a lot of times students who are involved or interested would show up to my class talking about their favorite voice actors and other things. Ooh, interesting.
I'm gonna go check it out.
What makes me really sad, I'll admit this to y'all, what makes me really sad is how good I am at recognizing male voice actors, but not female ones. And part of me recognizes that's because a lot of animes or games, the main character tends to be guys. But I could like name like one or two. That's not true. I can name a little bit more than that. But I'm not very good at naming female voice actresses that I really like. Very sad. Makes me very sad, actually. I will say I did meet Noelle's voice actress, Laura Faye Smith. Okay, I guess that's untrue because I can name Laura Faye Smith, but
If you're always asking why,
and I forgot to count her in people I remember, but I don't really use Noelle. But her voice actress was very nice. Also, when I met Princess Peach's voice actress, current voice actress, why am I forgetting her name? She was very nice too. Very nice person. All right. Anyway, getting all distracted. Also, Ray Chase. Very good voice actor. Where's Ray Chase? Very good voice actor. Really like him. And Ito's Max Middleman. So good. I love Max Middleman as a voice actor. Oh, and Keith Silverstein. I really like him as a voice actor. Mark Whitten. I like the things he's been in. Although, I love Kazuha. And then a few other things that he's voiced. But he voices someone in Fire Emblem 3 Houses. And I hate that character so much. I recognize voice actors more by voice than name oftentimes. Me too, but then when I recognize them in more than one thing, I usually look them up. And get better at remembering who they are at that point. Venti's is a woman, Erica. I think Sarah Miller Cruz, who I don't really recognize from other things, but who else do I really... Oh, Risley's, Josie Aja. Really like him. He's funny. He's really funny. I actually don't know. God, I know I've heard Jennifer Losey and other things, but of course, Alejandro Saab. So good, so good. Who else do I just like remember? Diary Wimpy Kid, which I've never seen, I gotta tell you all, but I don't know, outside of my age range, I don't know. I also recognize Chris Hackney from things. Damon Mills. I recognize in other things. He's also main character in Honkai Star Rail. I was really surprised Matthew Mercer didn't voice D. Luke. Laura Faye Smith, who also voices Rosalina from Mario. He also voices... I can't remember. I'm really bad. Oh, here's a fun one. Well, he voices someone in something I saw recently. Because I was thinking about him the other day. Or looked him up. Laura Stahl voices Barbara and Shinyan. And Christina V. She's actually... Christina V is actually a really popular one. Also voices Ching Chou. Alright, that's it. I'm getting out of here. What am I doing? I get too into, like, trying to remember voice actors. I don't know why. I'm, like, admiring this domain. It's quite a tall domain hiding in this not quite that tall mountain, I feel like, in the desert. But to this day, Matthew Mercer is still my favorite voice actor.
All right.
Someday, maybe I'll meet him at a convention, get him to
I'll
sign
inform our
something.
leader that you've arrived at the Temple of Silence. Sit tight until he comes to greet you.
So he's just gonna leave us here unattended? Maybe we're not being kidnapped after all.
They can't have been at the Oasis by chance. They were waiting for us. Whoever the leader is here, they were obviously counting on us showing up.
So this is the Temple of Silence. After leaving the rainforest, they hid themselves here?
I'm trying to remember who Alejandro Saab voices.
Look, that guy's coming back.
That I really, really like.
Don't worry.
As a
Someone will come
character.
and call for you soon.
Sigewinne from Honkai Star Rail was definitely my favorite Honkai Star Rail character. Super early on in the game. I don't even play anymore, so may not be very.
Sorry, guess I was so delighted to see you, I forgot to introduce myself.
I do like his
My
voice
name
actor a
is
lot.
Sethos. I'll be here if you need me, but I'm not planning on answering all of your questions. Other than that, you can occupy yourselves however you see fit.
So we're free to explore by ourselves.
Yep. I mean, I'm not worried about you running off. Cyrus is here. And unless I've misunderstood, you're all quite anxious to see him again.
He's right. Well, if we've got some time, we might as well take a look around. I never imagined that the true Temple of Silence would be hidden somewhere like this. We've passed through these parts before, but never noticed anything.
That's King Deshret's technology for you, I guess. It borders on the miraculous. Amazing to think that it's been preserved intact all this time.
We should be wary of our hosts. Still, at this point, we can be confident that the professor is safe and sound, so that's something.
I'm trying to think of all my favorite voiced things. Matthew Mercer is like my favorite voice actor. To be fair, or maybe unfair, I don't know. Part of like really liking voice actors is like kind of like who they voice. That kind of sways me a little bit because Matthew Mercer definitely. Oh, this is not where I'm trying to go. Voiced a lot of characters I really liked. I guess they also voiced evil characters sometimes that I Didn't like. Okay, here's where I was trying to go all along.
Hey, Sethos. Have you got some time to chat?
Sure. Although, I'm assuming by chat, you mean you have questions for me? Not often.
My
Temple of
ex
Silence
would
is a
always
place
want to
of
watch
quiet and
things
solitude. We don't get too many visitors.
with subtitles, and he'd watch them, you know, in their original language. And like animes, there's like the big subbed versus dubbed like divide. And I guess at the end of the day, for me, it's just like the quality of the voice actor. I'm gonna tend to want to listen to it in English because that allows me to not have to strictly focus on what's written on screen. I always have subtitles on for everything, even if it's in English. But if I'm listening to it in English, it helps me not have to focus on reading all the words. And I like that.
Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He was
But
asking
if
everyone in the
something
tavern about ways to make some
has like
easy money.
terrible English voice
He
actors,
insisted that
I
nothing was
might
off the table,
choose
even if it broke the
to
law.
watch
So,
it then
I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of
subtitled
Mora
instead
from the
of
desert.
dubbed.
So you framed Cyrus
Like
for
my
crime
favorite
and didn't
anime movie.
No. That's not
That's not
entirely true.
a Studio Ghibli
Let me
movie.
jog your memory.
Silent
The letter
Voice.
just said that he had
I think I
uncovered
originally
Cyrus's
watched it.
secret. It didn't say what secret that was. Of course, Uraka was a great accomplice.
Watched it
Very cooperative,
in Japanese
fine, and did exactly what he was told.
and liked it a lot. It's like my favorite movie.
It doesn't surprise me that he struggles.
And then I later realized, oh, it's got
desert as soon as he received the letter.
English that I can,
You'll have to ask him that one
you know, watch
yourself.
it dubbed.
Certain
And I
things
tried,
can't answer for him.
and it felt god awful.
Judging,
I think I might have watched the whole thing,
all you need to know is that he recognized
but especially the early parts of it where there were like kids.
take the bait.
It felt god awful.
What kind of question is that? He's the General Mahamatra. Everyone in Sumeru knows who he is.
Right.
An anime I watched probably 2 years ago, but it was a little bit of nostalgia
What we're really asking is, have you never seen him in person before?
that made me watch
I've
it.
lived in the desert my whole life.
It was a very bad anime. And the voice acting in English was so ungodly bad. So ungodly bad.
Come on. You've
It
only
was so
just
bad.
met. If I give you all the answers up front,
I'm home.
you'll
Hi,
have nothing
Blur.
left to look forward
Welcome
to.
home. Ready for 20 more hours of stream? No, I have been counting my stream hours because, let me see. I want to say I had about 4 hours prior to this. I'm trying to get like 15.1 since I've been back from vacation. And I want to say I have like 4 already from before. This stream I'm at 4.5 now, but I need 15. This would put me in like 8.5. So I'm suspecting I'll finish this maybe at 5 hours in, put me at 9, and I would have 6 more hours to do before Tuesday. So maybe 3 tomorrow and 3 Monday. I don't know. I'm just trying to get through this quest. And I have another story quest I still need to do. We were talking about voice actors just a minute ago. Blurg loves Laura Bailey, who I can't remember all the things I would know her from, but I do know her from Fruits Basket, which Fruits Basket is like my favorite anime. She voices Toru.
Nope. Not once.
Really?
Laura Bailey. I know. I already knew.
Not when the
Matthew
tavern is
Mercer.
open to Uraka
Matthew
this way.
Mercer.
Besides, we're well aware of
Ugh,
what goes
Matthew Mercer. Matthew Mercer voices Crom. Crom is my Fire Emblem Sweetie Beanie favorite. If I ever play Fire Emblem Awakening ever again, I feel like I can never pick a route where I'm not having the main character, Robin, marry Crom. Like, Crom is just blessed. She's married to Travis Willingham. Who's Travis Willingham? Hold on. We were IMDbing someone earlier. Matthew Mercer is married to, what is her name? Oh my gosh. Why can I not remember her name? She's also in, yes, Marisha. But she's also in, oh my gosh. Critical Role. Don't worry. IMDb to the rescue. Travis Willingham. I'm gonna look at the top known for. Okay, The Legend of Vox. But that's part of Critical Role. Critical Role. Avengers Assemble. Thor. All right, these top things that it's recommending are not it. I gotta go back down. Oh, apparently he voiced someone in X-Men 97. Sebastian. Was that the son? Was that the son? Which one's Sebastian? All right. Critical Role. Of course. Yes. Yes. Hold on. I gotta scroll through. I was saying this earlier. He was in Overwatch 2 as voice. I was just saying, when I go to IMDb, I gotta scroll really far before I actually see things that I know voice actors from, because his voice acting repertoire isn't as big as I had to worry about. A lot of people, I have to scroll so far back before I run into things I've actually played or seen. Voice of Thor. So he's the voice of Thor in a lot of the animated things. Interesting. I gotta be real, I don't recognize him yet. Oh, he's in Kingdom Hearts 3, which I still haven't played. Hold on. He was Mustang in Full Metal Alchemist. No, that's not the one to run by me. I'm scrolling. What I'm getting from his repertoire is a lot of Thor. A lot of Thor. Batman the Telltale series, I did play that. Harvey Dent or Two-Face. Unfortunately, I can't really remember playing it. Long Q in Fire Emblem Awakening. Oh, I vaguely do remember Long Q. Yeah, I did see that here. It's in one of the Fire Emblem entries. It said he voiced Long Q. He was Knuckles in Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. Now we're really getting into the things I recognize. He also voiced characters in Fire Emblem Fates. Garon. My memory is also Poo Poo Garbage, Dog Water, Kyle. A lot from Street Fighter. Listen. He voiced some people in a regular show. I'm getting a lot of Knuckles, the Echidna, and Thor. This is what I'm getting. I do see that, Guile. Whoever that is. apparently lots of Thor. We're getting more Thor. Thor was apparently in Phineas and Ferb because he's credited as voicing Thor in that. He's guy with broom hair. What does that mean? His repertoire is bigger than the last one. I was like, he voiced someone in Resident Evil 6. We'll get there in a couple more games. Just a couple more games, don't worry. Yeah, here it is, long queue. And Brady. Brady is the son of someone. I can't remember. When it comes to Awakening, the only character I'm gonna remember is Chrom. Oh, Chrom. Chrom is my Fire Emblem Awakening, Sweeney Beanie. No one else. Wow, look, we're back in stuff from 2012, and I'm like, yeah, now we're in the stuff I remember. Chair for me. That was the pink-haired one? Pink-haired one? Wyvern Rider, yeah. When it came to Fire Emblem Fates, I didn't really have one person to choose. I was like, any playthrough, I'll just pick someone different. I think I did Kaze, my first playthrough. But Fire Emblem Awakening, I don't think I could ever pick anyone but Chrom. I just don't think I could. Oh, in Thor, the movie, he was Frost Giants, not Thor. We are still scrolling. Oh my gosh. Calm down, sir. Your repertoire has me scrolling for days. He voices lots of people in League of Legends. That's right up your alley, Blur. Vampire Knight! Stop! He was so in Vampire Knight. I literally was just talking about Vampire Knight. I didn't tell you all the name, but the anime I watched a few years ago that I watched out of nostalgia because I remember reading the manga when I was young was Vampire Knight. Why is this why is Vampire Knight rated 7.2 as a TV? It was so bad, y'all. Let me tell you, while I watched that in nostalgia, I watched the whole thing. It was so bad. So bad. So bad. It was so bad. And the voice acting in English made me want to cry. It was awful. He voiced Toga? I don't even remember who Toga is. Anyway. It's just funny I scrolled to see that. So bad. Alright, we are like back in 2007 now. How much further can I scroll? How much further can I scroll? He was in Ouran Host Club. Takashi Morinozuka. I can't even remember the characters from that, if honestly. Alright, we are back and this is a long time ago. This is a long time ago. keeps going. His repertoire. Okay, we made it. His first credited voice acting thing was a bartender on Dragon Ball Z. Anyway. Alright, I'm done. Why did I do all that? Listen, here's my repertoire for Matthew Mercer. What, Critical Role, you know, and all the stuff they do. Which I really just, I need to watch all of Critical Role. There's like almost 400 episodes, I'm pretty sure. Anyway. Crom. Fire Emblem. I don't even need to say anymore. Crom from Fire Emblem. Also, I'm pointing at Deluca. Cowboy. What did they change his name to? It used to be McCree, but now it's what is his name? Cassidy. Cassidy from Overwatch. Oh man. What a gunslinger. What a cowboy. And then Yusuke from Persona 5. Another good one. He also voiced, and I can't remember his name, but bad guy in Judgment, the game. I didn't like that. He was an evil character. But he voiced them, and his voice sounds good. I know I'm missing plenty of them. All right, let's move on. This is what happens when I talk about voice actors.
The city gates are wide open. Anyone's free to walk in.
How is work,
All you
Blurg?
need to know, just by walking around town and hearing the word on the street. Mm-hmm.
I like Sethos's eyes. They stand out really well with his like outfit and stuff. Long. Long. That's it. She looks like she's gonna rip her hair off like it's a wig and then murder us or something. I don't know why that's what she looks like she would do, but not good, not bad, just long.
Well done, Sethos.
Bomb one.
Greetings, one and all. I am Ba Moon, the current leader of the Temple of Silence.
How sleepy?
I
Go to
know
sleep.
you are here, and I thank you for your patience.
I was sleepy. And then we did all that snooping on voice actors, and now I'm like, because me and like IMDbing voice actors is like an energizing thing. I don't know.
Watch what you're doing.
Oh, my apologies. We have no intention of causing you distress. But you must understand, Cyrus is of great importance to us. We had to find a way to bring him back to us. Cyrus owes me his life, and to the Temple of Silence, he owes a debt of gratitude. I let him go a long time ago, but now the time has come to demand payment.
Ooh.
Wanted to end my feud with this old bag of bones before you caught up with me. But you got here so quickly. Just leave, Sino. This is a matter between us two old men. You're all too young to get involved.
Traveler is a million gazillion years older than you.
You'd made up your mind to come here from the beginning. You only left in such a hurry to try and throw us off your trail.
Some things in life
Still wondering how good that steak might have been.
what you do.
Wait, which steak?
That alone brought the others.
Which steak?
Sino didn't make us do anything. We came here for the same reason he did. To rescue you. We'd appreciate you telling us the truth. Otherwise, it seems a little unfair on everyone who had to stay behind.
My secrets are secret for good reason. Bringing them to light can only lead to misfortune. You're afraid, aren't you?
You can't bring yourself to speak of your past deeds to the students you nurtured as if they were your own children. You recognized our emblem because for many years you lived among us. Indeed, you all but became one of us. You knew as soon as you saw the letter that we, not Uraka, were the ones speaking.
The one in the strip club or expensive steakhouse that everyone got robbed at.
For you,
Hello?
are a traitor. You
What does this mean?
And joined us in our mission to
What?
revive the might of Hermanubis, to bring new hope,
What does
new
this
opportunity.
mean?
But then you betrayed
Hello?
us. You bargained for your independence with your past contributions. And then you left, taking with you Hermanubis's might and the wielder of his power. We both know what I said to you that day. That as the leader, I grant you permission to leave. But that one day, the sands of time will catch up with you. And when that day comes, you must pay the price you owe.
You really know how to hold
I,
a grudge.
did you tell me a story and my brain cells have died that remembered that story and now I don't remember that story?
Professor, anything to say?
The moon is right. I came here once before. He rescued me from the brink of death once, many years ago in the desert. When he learned that I was a scholar, he invited me to come
Steakhouse in
here.
Orlando, that's also a
Revive
strip
the might of
club?
Hermanubis together.
Where the views and people would say how they got
Was
robbed.
Great, daring plan.
Why does that... I guess I know nothing about strip clubs, but in my brain, that sounds like a terrible experience, but...
Strength of its faith and its warriors.
I guess, I don't... What do I know?
Bamoon proposed that we implant bar fragments, shards of Hermanubis.
Even when they got robbed, they said it was the best steak they ever had.
If the experiment was successful,
what?
Well within the vessel. Many believers volunteered themselves for the experiment. But we soon discovered that the bodies of grown adults could not withstand Hermanubis' power. In the end, Bamoon offered his own adoptive grandson. One other child was identified.
Do you wonder how good that steak had to be?
His parents agreed to release him.
So good that getting robbed made it a great experience. Was it like... Oh, you did say it was expensive.
Children were our only hope for hosting Hermanubis' power.
I'm more inclined to believe these people were brainwashed, but I could be, you know, wrong.
Had been in possession of 2 Ba fragments from Hermanubis. As remnants of his raw power, they were exceedingly rare treasures. The test subjects were sent into a room that had been prepared for the ceremony and instructed to approach the Ba fragments, whose power had been amplified. If, after some time, this power did not repel them, this would mean that they were suitable vessels. The original plan was for a 3-stage experiment: resonance, implantation, and recovery and observation. The resonance stage went quite smoothly for both candidates. As the second stage began, I realized a decision had to be made. Should we implant the fragments one at a time? This would allow us to monitor the results after the first round and adjust our plan accordingly. Or alternatively, we could implant each fragment in a different...
Then why would they say they got robbed and leave a 1-star review?
But
Well, they left a 1-star review?
Ba fragments suddenly became active. They glowed with a light we had never seen before. I knew that if they were not implanted right away, they would disintegrate and be gone from the world for good.
Oh, because they were robbed, probably.
Great promise by
And if they were an
successfully
expensive steakhouse, they were probably rich enough
Under the circumstances, the thought of implanting both fragments into the same
to,
vessel seemed out of the question. To preserve our faith and our power, we implanted each of them with a single
still the best steak ever.
Ultimately, I ended the experiment and left, taking one of the children with me.
In recognition of your past contributions, I chose not to send someone to hunt down and kill you both. Your lives were spared.
Are you sure they're talking about the steak that you eat and not the other kind of meat?
I have always wanted to see you, Sino.
I have questions.
Losing you and your Ba fragment dealt us a devastating blow. We've been in decline ever since you left.
I see. So that's how I gained my power.
Yes, there's a menu.
Look, in essence, I borrowed your Ba fragment for a decade or so. And now you are seeking justice. If you want to take my life, then so be it. I'm an old man now anyway. But you cannot lift a finger against Sino. He is the General Mahamatra. Your actions would be seen
Should I send you link? Absolutely not. No. No, thank you.
I'm sure you don't remember anymore, dear Sino, but you've met us all before. You were so young then, when we all gathered around and celebrated the revival of our Lord. You and he, Sethos, you were our final hope.
Interesting. Sino's a 5-star though, and Sethos is a 4-star.
As a follower of Hermanubis, I have allowed this power to remain in the rainforest for far too long. Now, it is time to reclaim it.
That power is not yours to reclaim. Sino was chosen by the gods. You cannot take what they have bestowed.
You are wrong. Sino was chosen, but he was not the only one. My child, Sethos, has the same gift as he.
Fight,
So those
fight,
are your
fight.
terms for
Well,
freeing the
Sino's a
professor?
5-star and Sethos a 4-star,
Despise me all
so.
you want. My sins are my own. The Temple of Silence is an innocent party. It is because of my foolishness all those years ago that the Temple's glory has waned. And now I must take responsibility for the decision I made back then.
So what you're saying is, the power of one Ba fragment is not enough? You're asking me to return the one in my possession, so it can be implanted in him instead?
Divine power causes great suffering to those who wield it. How do you know that Sethos would be able to withstand it?
He is no longer a small child. But regardless, this burden is ours to bear. And your objections mean little, given that you turned your back on us long ago.
Dun dun dun. Fight, fight,
Both
fight.
my heart and mind are telling me that what you are proposing is a terrible idea. However...
Don't listen to him, Sino. That power is no more yours to give than it is his to take. You have to understand.
I know. But if this is a question of your freedom versus a fragment of power, then there is nothing to debate.
Sorry to interrupt, but in my view, there are a number of contentions here that still need addressing. Say that Sino refuses to return his power, and you also refuse to release Cyrus. Then we are at an impasse. I find it hard to believe that you went to all this effort without planning for that possibility. You're trying to gauge where we stand while keeping your remaining cards close to your chest. Well, my stance is, put the rest of your cards on the table. Then we can have a discussion.
Wait, those ears. So, we have a descendant of the Valukashuna in our midst. Splendid.
What is happening?
Fate smiles upon us after all. Everything we have longed for, Hermanubis will provide. Perhaps this very day we...
Did you just fall over? Oh.
Why is he coughing so much? He looks like he's in really bad shape.
As my grandma said, don't get old.
Moon, you... Take our leader back to his room.
Too late for me. Push You're not even old.
You must...
Grandfather, I know what you wish to say.
It's just some dust. Oh my gosh.
I don't like to drag
No,
out
the way you and her
conversations,
argue
so I'll
like
just cut to the
children
chase.
can't be.
Had Cyrus not stopped the experiment all those years ago, the plan would most likely have been a success. The wisdom of Hermanubis would have been ours. Still, it's no use talking about what-ifs. We cannot change the past. I'm not like my grandfather. The Temple of Silence has a grand legacy and a sacred duty to fulfill. So it's somewhat inevitable for the leader to have an inflated sense of self. But I see things a little differently. I don't
You and
believe the
her
temple
are
has the
like
same stature that it once
10-year-olds.
did. Time has worn
At
away
least
at its prestige
how I've seen
and
y'all
changed
interact.
things almost beyond recognition.
You
So
argue
I'm
like
not going
child. What do you
full scale.
mean?
You're all free to leave. Except for Cyrus. My grandfather gave him his chance once. And now I'm giving the rest of you yours.
You have courage and wise judgment, kid. Reminds me a lot of Bamoon in his younger years. I truly wish that the temple would take an objective look at the academia of today. You've been to the city yourself. I'm sure you've seen that much has changed for the better. And things will only continue to improve. Why not consider cooperating with the academia once more?
If you hadn't betrayed
Lies
my
and
grandfather,
slander.
I might well be open to
Mods,
persuasion.
get him.
But it's a bit too late.
He
for that now,
is
Cyrus.
spitting falsehoods.
Nari made a good point earlier. He said there has to be more to your plan than this, and I agree. All you and Ba Moon are after is the Ba fragment. The professor will accept whatever fate you deem fit for him out of a sense of guilt.
Ooh.
I am the one who has
Gosh.
a choice to make. And that's how it was always going to be. Ultimately, you want to trade the Ba fragment for the professor, correct?
I'm glad to see you're giving it some serious consideration.
I won't forsake my professor. Nor do I intend to run from a problem that I must face sooner or later. Give me one night to make my decision.
That works. Then I'll be waiting to hear your verdict. Sino. Oh, my grandfather still has a fair few things he wants to say to Cyrus, so I'll be escorting him back now.
Are you sure about negotiating with him?
I need to think this through. Everyone, let's meet again later tonight. Until then, take some time for yourself.
Alright, well, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Sino. If you need any help working things out, just come and find us.
Whew, I'm weary.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine.
Wait, where am
Be
I
sure to
going?
befriend them. Cause them no harm.
Where am I going? Do I need to go outside?
I've taken some time to reflect on this. If I had to guess, Professor Cyrus came to the desert knowing that he would almost certainly never return. He's a stubborn man who tends to double down when he feels strongly about something. We won't get anywhere trying to convince him to escape.
I agree. My master Nephis says the same thing. Once Cyrus makes up his mind about something, he won't listen to reason.
So that's one thing. A few other things come to mind too. You've heard all you need to hear about the Temple of Silence. So on that, I don't have anything to add. My own memories of this place are hazy though. probably something to do with the overpowering presence of the Ba fragments. That might explain why I suffered from constant headaches and fevers as a child. I do remember having some fleeting moments of profound emotion when vague images would appear in my mind. But I don't recall much, only bits and pieces. I was still young then, and all I could understand was that there was a strong will inside my mind. Thinking back on it now, I suppose it was Hermanubis' way of trying to encourage me, even if we couldn't communicate. The power that came to inhabit my spirit was probably one of the cornerstones of their whole faith. So if the will and might of Hermanubis is a real, intangible thing, and they are its rightful worshippers, then...
You're not gonna give in to their demands, are you? Surely there has to be another way.
How does he remove his Ba fragment?
I have no intention of returning it. I need this power to protect Sumeru.
Okay, good.
But the temple has the right to make the final decision over its fate, since it belongs to one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. So I will challenge them head on, and win the right to wield this power for myself, fair and square.
Ooh, alright.
This reminds me of something Alhaitham mentioned to me just before we left. He said that the Temple of Silence was originally founded by the ruling elite of the day. Traditionally, such organizations are bound by a strict and ancient code of nobility. Kaveh has made similar observations about the desert tribes from his work trips there. He says many of them have their own internal rules. They talk about the importance of never dishonoring their tribal bonds, or the rules laid down by their ancestors. I think we could turn that to our advantage. Go back to them with a proposal of our own.
Wow, and just like that, we've turned the tables on them.
Looks like we have the same idea. Turn it back on them now while we still can, in terms that they cannot refuse. That's how we win this.
Great. And I know just how to start the conversation. Let's go find Sethos. We'll tell him that I know a thing or two about medicine and would like to take a look at his grandfather's condition.
Alright. I am like on the brink of despair. And despair is me being tired. I really want to get through this though, because I want to do Chlorians tomorrow. Although Chlorians might be split into 2 days if it's really as long as 5 hours or whatever. Go bed.
Sethos.
I am. Look, here's my bed. I'm rocking myself to sleep.
Have you made up your mind?
We'll get to that, but first, I have some degree of medical training, so I was wondering if you might let me take a look at your grandfather?
I have no objections, although we do have our own doctors here. I doubt you'll be able to tell us anything.
Look at the 10-year-old now. 10-year-olds don't sleep
Only one way
in
to
chairs.
Follow me. Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb him.
Let's talk outside. Bamoon has fallen into a deep coma, and his prognosis is quite grave. I'm sure that your physicians have come to the same conclusion. He appears to have sustained a serious injury in his youth, which has been exacerbated over the years by the heavy burden of work and now by the effects of old age. Regretfully, I must inform you that based on what I've seen with patients in a similar condition, he doesn't have long left. A few days at most.
Yeah. I've known for a long time.
You're his heir, aren't you? You clearly have a lot of respect for the man. But you also see things differently. You have a broader range of concerns and a more pragmatic approach. So tell me how we can end this on your terms. Let's find a way to bring all this to a resolution while Bamoon is still alive to see it. That's what really matters to you. I know it.
Yeah, there's no time to waste here. You know that better than anyone.
You know, the two of you are actually in a very similar predicament right now. Both of you have a very different perspective from the men who raised you.
Right. And you didn't create this situation. They did, but somehow you've ended up having to make the tough decisions.
You're right. We both look at this problem very differently than the people we inherited it from. I accept, Sino. This all began because of Hermanubis. So let's end it with the rite he himself created. Legend has it that when Hermanubis first arrived in Tuletula, he sparred with the city's residents. He and his two companions proved their mettle by fighting over several days, winning the support of many fine people. That group of supporters were some of the first members of the Temple of Silence, and the sparring matches were enshrined as one of our founding rites, the rite of duels. It's where it all began.
Are we gonna fight?
Sounds very fitting. I'm in.
As a fellow vessel of
Fight.
Your ties to the Temple of Silence run deep. So I will permit you to participate in this rite, along with your chosen companions.
3 against 3. Sounds good.
However, I have some additional terms. As the challengers, you must win all 3 of your fights to win. And Sino, both of us must put our Ba fragment on the line. The winner takes them both. Letting Cyrus leave with one of
Sino
the
gonna
Ba
die. I mean, not Sino. Is Setho's gonna
made
die.
by my grandfather
What
out
is
of
taking out their Ba
It is a
fragment? Like, what does that
long-standing
do?
issue that
Does
must
it
be
get
addressed
ripped out of
for the
them?
Temple of Silence to move forward. I can make no concessions on that front.
None needed. We're on the same page. If I win, the Temple of Silence must release Cyrus, and consider this past dispute resolved. If you win, I'll return my power to you.
It's a deal. Then let's meet at the ceremonial hall tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock.
Alright. I can't really tell how close we are, but I'm exhausted.
Well, after how that went, there's definitely no turning back now.
There never was. Turning back hasn't been an option for me since the moment the professor slipped away to return to the desert.
You have to win. You need this power, both as General Mahamatra and for yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
Fight.
Stayed with you ever since you were a small child. Surely that's a sign it thinks of you as its rightful owner.
Both as General Mahamatra and for myself. Yeah, when you put it that way. I've had to overcome a lot to tame this power and claim it for myself. Not everyone could have done that.
That's right, Sino.
The Traveler and I will never lose.
That's... yeah.
And neither shall I. The desert was home to an ancient and great civilization that, for a variety of reasons,
Fight.
fell out of the civilization of the rainforest. It's just as Dia said. Prejudice has pushed people apart. But there must be personal factors at work here, too. I can't shake the feeling
Hi,
that
Larking.
Bob
How are
cares for
you?
more things than he lets on. And I don't think that Sethos is any kind of villain. He's just doing what he thinks is best. Tomorrow, everything will be resolved.
Fight. I'm ready to see them fight. It's time to throw down. Just traveled recently? Ooh, where'd you travel to? Or from? I'm ready to see this fight. The Philippines! Really? We're in the Philippines. Manila.
We
gather on this day to perform once more the rite of duels with the greatest of all sages, Lord Hermanubis is our witness. For his power and authority is
I'm not sure where that
present in
is,
our midst.
but
This is
I
our
don't know the
most
Philippines
sacred
very
of
well.
ceremonies, and no
Nice. Was
disruption
really
from the
hot.
audience shall be
Wait,
tolerated.
what is? It's
It is
June.
incumbent upon
Really
all
hot.
to observe the duel with the utmost respect and reverence throughout the proceedings. Representing the Temple of Silence, the Defenders.
Grandfather, you're here.
Fight, fight, fight.
A rite of duels after all these years. I am surprised by your decision, Sethos.
I know what I'm doing, Grandfather. Just leave it
I
to
don't
me.
know, Sethos. You're a 4-star character. Sign up
The
to 5.
Academia, the Challenger.
Is it 1-on-3?
We will fight to have our voices heard.
Warriors, take your positions and
Sethos is
decide
kind of
on
in
the
big
order
trouble.
of battle. We come not to debate what brings our challengers here, nor what will become of the defeated duelists. Duelists, the might of Hermanubis himself is at stake.
Did you have a
here.
good vacation?
Now, fight. Fight until the rightful victor is proclaimed.
Huh? Are you sure?
I agree. She's very strong. Sending her out first will definitely intimidate the opposing side.
Okay, then you're second.
Sure.
We have decided.
So have we. Let's begin.
Duelists of the first bout, please step forward.
Oh, she's back. She's back. Is it actually gonna be Traveler?
Don't forget, safety
I have.
first.
Oh, interesting. They gave me the Dendro.
You better play nice
Because
with
I was
her.
like,
Make you regret it.
I
A
have
little bit too much chatter from the audience over there.
I have what's it called, Traveler on right now. Animo Traveler on right now.
A swift end to the first bout. I now invite the
Ooh,
duelist
look
of the
his
second
bow.
bout to please step forward.
I don't have.
When you're both ready,
I don't have his bow.
You may begin.
Let's begin.
Watch out!
I forget how to
We
use
drank plenty of
Tainari.
water before the bout, so we should be fine.
Can I break this? Thank you.
Can't see? Yeah.
Oh, well. That was very quick.
Thus ends the second bout. We will now
Sign
move to
no,
the third
sign
bout.
no.
Duelists,
Been lurking here?
step
Gotta say 5 hours impressive. I know I'm about to pass out. I need to
So
go
am
to
I.
sleep. I'm so tired.
This
Hi,
is the
Phoenix.
final
How are you?
stage of the rite. I remind you both that the terms you agreed upon in advance are binding. When you're both ready, you may
Didn't we
begin.
just win 2 battles of 3? So shouldn't we be the winners?
I am Sethos, vessel of Hermanubis, grandson of Bamoon, the leader of the Temple of Silence.
Gotta
For
stop
many
watching
years,
again to not
we
spoil
have kept our
anything. Oh,
covenant
you
with
better
Lord
run.
Hermanubis by guarding the secrets of King Deshret. And even in our darkest hour, when we could not see a way forward, we chose not to abandon hope, but to embark on a brave new experiment so that we might prevail. We earnestly sought Lord Hermanubis' wisdom and power, longing to see his spirit and his light descend upon us. Now, I will fight to become the rightful wielder of that power.
I am Sino, General Mahamatra of the Academia, student and successor of Cyrus, the Sage of Spontamod. I fight in defense of my power, my professor, and my nation. And you,
Fight, fight.
I think you left some things unsaid. This is a sacred duel.
Fight,
and
fight,
Hermanubis
fight.
is watching. So bare your soul.
Everyone, old and young, fit and frail, they're all waiting to see how this duel will end. My grandfather is a wise leader. He is also known to be a ruler who is not afraid to get blood on his hands.
Ooh.
I understand his beliefs well, and I know what he expects of me, but our faith has held us back for too long. After I grew up, I went to the rainforest once, and I saw for myself.
How do these things stay
Times
on?
have changed. The people of Sumeru are happier and more free now than in the past. I thought about this as I stood at one of the tallest points in the city, gazing down at the streets below. Then I thought of you, Sino. You and I both wield the same power. The lives we lead could not be more different. Each Ba fragment of Hermanubis stands for something different. Might, glory, one of many other secrets that have yet to be revealed. I once thought that the nature of our fragments must be what makes us so different from one another. But maybe it's that you've found your answer. And I am still searching for mine.
I am more than just a warrior. I am my own person.
Exactly.
The name Hermanubis has left its mark on both of us, shaped the course of our lives. We are his vessels, and yet we are more besides. So show me your answer, Sino.
Oh my gosh, fight already.
Show me I can be more than my faith, more than the power I wield. Show me the person I can become. Bring it on!
I don't really remember how to play Sino. They're just gonna do a cutscene. Good thing they did a cutscene, because I would have made this fight go over really quick and not as cool.
That's all you've got? What happened to searching for your answer?
What is that? He doesn't wheel us. A polearm? Hello? What polearm is that?
Fight's over. Do you yield?
It looks a little bit like the Shifo sword.
You won.
Well then, looks like you found your answer.
Oh, is he ripping it out? Oh, he really did. Does my Sino get a buff after this? Hello.
I've seen that light. That is the light of our Lord, the great Hermanubis, priest over all other priests. His spirit dwells within that lightning, and his will lives on. Once a warrior of Tynar, he emerged from the barren desert sands to serve the god king Al-Ahmar. After the death of the god king, Hermanubis gathered his followers and the Tynarian priests and led them to the city of Tule-Tula. There, they founded the Temple of Silence, and from that day forth, we became stewards of all knowledge that survived from King Deshret's civilization. Barely a century passed before war ravaged the desert. One by one, Eremite leaders took up arms against each other in battles that would devour what little remained of their civilization. Only the wise city of Tule-Tula was spared under the guiding hand of the Tynarians. But peace did not last. Coveting the knowledge of King Deshret, the beasts set their eyes on Tule-Tula. The king of Gurabad laid siege to the city and ordered the sages to surrender to him the Temple of Silence as proof of his victory. The ruling elite colluded with their oppressors, betraying the temple so as to hold on to their rule over the city. They declared that the knowledge guarded by the temple was the true cause of corruption. These were dark days, and we faced enemies on all sides. Our lord had long since exhausted his strength, keeping the forbidden knowledge introduced by King Deshret at bay.
Ew.
To ensure the temple's continued survival, he broke his being into many pieces and began the ceremony of Hermanubis' legacy, bestowing his power upon his mortal followers. With this power, the temple was able to defeat the tyrant's army. Yet, we were not hailed as heroes. Strange and unfamiliar as this power was, it struck fear into the people's hearts and drove them to reject us.
Ooh.
In the end, the people of the temple and the Tule-Tula Tynarians left the city for good and made their way to the rainforest. What followed next was inevitable. The elite of Tule-Tula fell and were decimated. War engulfed the desert. And we wandered from place to place, always in hiding, all the while keeping close watch over our secrets and staying true to our mission. Betrayal forced us out of the desert and into the forest. Then mistrust drove us from the forest into the desert once more. We have lived in exile for far, far too long. Yet, today, the Temple of Silence has borne witness to the glory of Hermanubis once more. Thank you.
How is it? Do you feel okay?
Don't. Hello? Did he pass away on the throne? What is happening? Why is everyone bowing?
Grandfather.
Did he die sitting there? Hello? That was insane.
Hey, Sethos. You'll get through this.
I know. I just...
He's sleeping? He's sleeping permanently.
I guess you were prepared for this. It's been a long time coming, huh?
Yeah. He's been on death's door for a very long time now. I think it was only through sheer willpower that he managed to hold on to this point.
I'm about to pass out.
He was able to see this chapter come to a close before he passed.
What's next for you?
Per my grandfather's last wishes, the Temple of Silence should submit to whoever possesses the largest number of Hermanupis fragments.
He's all tuckered out. He sure is. In that coffin.
But that's never going to work, as I'm sure you realize. I'm the General Mahamatra. I am needed back at the Academia. I did foresee this possibility, and I gave it some thought. The fact is, I know next to nothing about the staff, records,
Sleeping
and
bag?
environment here.
Sleeping
As
brick.
such, I am ill-suited to be your leader.
Ghastly.
I believe the honor should go to you. Were it not for this duel, or indeed if you had other intentions, the Ba fragments would most likely be in your hands by now. I'm sure Bamoon never meant for anyone but you to be his successor.
You really think so?
I do.
Still, I didn't think Bamoon looked very surprised by the final result. Perhaps he had an inkling that this would be the way things end.
Well, in any case, since the Ba fragments are with me now, I guess I can call the shots. Sethos, I would like you to succeed Bamoon as the new leader of the Temple of Silence. You are more suited to the role than I, and I have complete faith that you will be an excellent leader. Just think of it as doing me a favor.
But doesn't that render everything that we've been through up to now meaningless?
Yeah.
This experience has allowed us to become friends.
We're friends
Which
now.
means that the
All they have to do
Academia
is fight.
And the Temple of Silence will become partners once more. That's a much bigger deal than you might think, Sethos. You said yourself, times have changed. You have to believe that things can change for the better here at the temple too.
I will try. To be honest, I couldn't have asked for a better outcome.
Actually, part of me wonders whether Bamoon's intentions from the very beginning was just to create enough pressure to force us towards a duel. That way, no matter who won, one of us would have to surrender our Ba fragment, and the power of Hermanubis would be concentrated in one single person. Had you won, the Temple of Silence would have doubled its strength. And were I to win, he correctly anticipated that I wouldn't suddenly drop everything to become the leader of the temple, much less integrate the temple into the Academia by force. He knew that the temple's future would depend not just on the guidance of Hermanubis, but the support of the Academia too. So he made it his responsibility to ensure his successor would be free from the burdens of the past. His plan meant that whoever ended up succeeding him, they would have an easier time interacting with the Academia. With one single letter, he lured out the professor. No matter what happened after that, it would result in a net benefit to the temple.
And here I thought the General Mahamatra wouldn't care for all these trivial details. You're absolutely right. Grandfather and I considered this from every angle. We had to find a way to mend our relationship with the Academia. In that sense, the right of duels was just a means to an end.
Where's
Thank
Cyrus
you for
right now?
everything, Sino. As a gesture of our gratitude, to those that you and Lesser Lord Kusanali deem worthy, I will grant the honor of access to the Temple of Silence for their pursuit of knowledge. The Temple of Silence has a wealth of information on King Deshret's civilization, more than any other organization in existence today. In times when you need information that only we can provide, we will be here to support you. But you must be exceedingly careful with your selection of candidates, lest you lead humanity to repeat the same mistakes. By the way, Tainari, my grandfather was so happy to see you. You are a descendant of the Veluka Shuna. and we are the heirs to the will of Hermanubis. The story goes that King Deshret chose the sage Hermanubis from among the Tainarians and appointed him as his familiar. He went on to fight many valiant battles with his Tainarian companions. They always stood by each other, from the founding of the Temple of Silence to the fall of Tuletula. The Tainarians who left Tuletula joined their human counterparts in the rainforest. A few centuries later, when some of the group returned to the desert, many of the Tainarians chose to stay and put down roots in the rainforest. In all likelihood, those were your ancestors.
How fascinating. My father once mentioned that I was named after the Tainarians, but I never knew that my forebears had such a history with the Temple of Silence.
I like this story.
By the way, has anyone seen Cyrus?
That's what I was saying. Hello?
Yes, Cyrus. You'll probably find him in my grandfather's room. He wouldn't show it in front of me, but I think he still has many fond memories of my grandfather.
If it's true that you and your grandfather really planned for everything to turn out this way, then I guess he didn't really resent Cyrus as much as he appeared to.
Who knows? Perhaps all of us, you, me, and Cyrus, we're all just pawns in my grandfather's plan to set things straight. He was awful like that.
Someone's got to make the decisions when history is at a crossroads. I will make a detailed report on all of this to Lesser Lord Kusanali, and arrange for an official delegation from the Academia to come and meet you in the desert. I'm sure you'll have lots to attend to in the days ahead. But once things return to normal, please come and visit the rainforest again. You should stay for a few days this time, and start to build some relationships. If we're going to work together, both sides have to get to know one another better.
I will. All right. Well, bye for now, everyone. I'll be seeing you.
See you soon. Come hang out with us anytime.
What an interesting story quest. Oh, I guess we're not done. I'm so sleepy. Not quite the way I envisioned Sethos and Sino being friends.
What were you thinking, gallivanting off into the desert alone at your age? What if you take the bucket, You told not a soul what you were up to, designated nobody to handle your affairs, and left everyone scrambling frantically to try and figure out how on earth to clean up the colossal mess you'd made.
Get him.
Oh, please, will you stop your yelling? What other choice did I have?
What do you mean, what other choice? Do you mean to tell me that after all your years of learning, and sagehood no less, the only idea you could conjure up in that white-haired walnut of yours was to shoot off into the unknown like some hot-headed 20-year-old adventurer? A one-man suicide mission, That's the best idea that one of the finest minds of a generation could come up with, is it? It astounds me that you survived the journey, and you're lucky that Ba Moon didn't finish you off when you arrived.
Oh, how did he know that?
All right. Honestly, the way you're going off on me, it's like you wish you'd been there to lend him a hand. Does it mean nothing to you that I'm your colleague and former classmate?
I've got nothing more to say. What's the point of berating an old bag of bones?
What do you mean, bag of bones? I'm a flesh and blood hero who, despite his old age, saved our General Mahamatra from being stripped of his powers. Okay, look. Fine, I admit it, I was in the wrong. How can I make it up to you? What about, a month's work at the Academia?
1 month? Try 3.
Minori's master is really laying into Cyrus.
Professor brought this on himself. Don't pay any attention to him.
Wow, I haven't seen Master get this riled up in a long time. The last time he chewed someone out like this must have been back when I was still a student.
I think I'll go around and update everyone. Tell them the situation's resolved. Want to come with me? We can go for dinner afterwards. My treat. You in?
Makes sense. I'm in.
Paimon's coming too! Let's go!
Of course, Paimon would. Faruzan.
Hey, Kale.
You're back! Well, look who we have here. Would you mind explaining to me what has been going on this past few days? I heard you all ran off into the desert and got embroiled in a major catastrophe.
All taken care of.
That does not answer my question. How could you be so careless? That goes for you as well. Yes, and you too. When you run into problems, you really ought to ask for help, you know? I've been around the block. Don't you think it would have made sense to involve me? And let's not forget, I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Now would not be a good time to attempt to argue with Farazan.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. It's not the first time that I've had to talk to you about this sort of thing either. You need to learn that there are times when the right thing to do is get a more experienced member of staff involved. Do I make myself clear? Because if you don't,
Kale, please do something.
He's giving me the signal. All right, guess it's time to play my ace in the hole. Say, Madam Farazan, I can see you're pretty upset, but I was just wondering, remember that time you offered to give me a tour of the academia? Does that offer still stand? Huh? Wait, did I hear that right? Kale, you remember? Wonderful. Well, of course the offer still stands. Come on. Madam Farazan will show you around the old classrooms.
What a lifesaver.
Kale getting dragged off like that. Also, check out Farazan acting like some sort of official academia tour guide.
Kale! Cup.
Huh? What? Oh, right! What do you mean, cup? You need a cup. I can get you a cup. Oh, it's nothing. Just Master's way of reminding me to stay hydrated while I'm out and about.
It's code for let's reconvene at the cafe. Tainari and I used it while we were in school, and it's become something of a family tradition now.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. 2 people left. Let's bring them along too.
Ave and I'll hate them.
Am I hallucinating? Or do I see Kaveh and Alhaitham engaged in diligent studying?
We're just reorganizing all the books we used. Look, there's a whole mountain of them.
There's no rush. Nobody reads these books anyway.
My sincere thanks to you both.
Yes, with your help, we resolved the issue rather swiftly and painlessly. And the outcome was better than we could have hoped for.
18.5 hours to go. Absolutely not.
The Temple of Silence resorted to
Go to sleep!
means of self-preservation.
Sleepyhead.
They managed to remain hidden for so many years.
And it sounds like they managed to preserve a whole load of ancient documents as well. I'd love to go check those out if I ever had the chance.
That day will come. The Temple of Silence is a hugely important organization, and we'll be sure to maintain good relations with them in the future. Now, as a token of my appreciation, I'd like to treat everyone to coffee.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds great. Although after the last few days, I don't know if I can handle another coffee. But I
No,
can just
you.
order something else.
Sure. Let's go.
Only have work tomorrow? So you need to sleep today.
And then the traveler just pounced on their opponent and knocked him right out cold. Then there was Tainari. He put up an amazing fight too. We ended up winning all 3 bouts. Whoa. Part of me wishes I'd been there to see it, but I'd have been biting my nails off worrying about you guys.
A truly edifying
Cintino.
events. Bereft of detail, but it has livened up the room all the same.
Hey, Paimon included all the juicy
Do you?
details. The traveler
Yes.
just pounced and then waved their sword like this, then spun around and blocked.
Despite winning 3 bouts in a row, you still ceded the position of leader to him. It's very dignified of you, Sino.
Of course. Being
Neat.
dignified comes with being a true champion.
I got to be a champion too for once. I've not sparred much with desert folk before. It was a pretty
It wasn't
unique
really desert
experience.
folk. It was like constructs. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, huge place. It felt like something right out of an epic poem.
Who's gonna be over here?
Imagine this. It was like there was.
Maybe save that one for later, Paimon. Dessert's here.
I think that'll do me for today.
Shall we stop off at the House of Dana again before heading home? We should probably finish putting all those books back.
My thoughts exactly. See you around.
I should get going as well. See you all later. Make sure you get some good rest tonight.
I need to go say thanks to the Core 30 for their help. Also, Sir Nephis says he wanted to introduce me to some of the Academia's work processes. So, I got a dash too.
Chinchino. I don't know what that symbol next to Chinchino is.
She's much more confident at
Those
dealing
all
with it
sound
than
like
most
tomorrow
days.
problems. No.
Progress, you never stop learning.
Yeah, true.
That was good. It feels like everything's finally wrapped up now. Life is all about these moments when you can finally relax and hang out with good friends after a job well done. And also, those desserts Sino got, they were really good.
Really good.
Those in the future.
Do you 3 have anything planned for the rest of the day?
What does he want to do?
If not,
TCG?
Would you come somewhere with me? That's a secret for now. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise.
Okay.
This,
I think I
this
can
quest
guess
line
what
never
you're
ends.
talking about. It'll definitely be a nice surprise.
Well, now Paimon's curious. Come on, let's go.
Just in the tree.
Been a while since I last made my way up here.
Oh, look at this place. We're so high up.
Need any help? As you wish.
As you wish.
It's a nice spot, isn't it?
Wow, What a great view! We're so high up, we can see for miles!
Traveler, turn around. This is my secret base. Somewhere I only bring my best friends.
Aww.
When I was a student, I used to slip away and climb up here all the time, just to clear my head. I was quite young then, and hadn't made too many friends yet. Back then, I had a lot of the same questions that Sethos was asking. Who am I? Why do I have this power? And what should I be fighting for? Our gifts help us to find our rightful place in the world. That was my experience. And I'm sure Sethos will figure things out in his own time, too.
Is my Sino gonna be more powerful
You two
now?
really are like brothers.
I feel the same way. Of course. I see no need to be humble when it comes to the facts.
I still remember one time when we came up here to chat and do our homework. Sino accidentally dropped a fruit. Luckily, he has fast reflexes, so he caught it just in time.
That was the one and only time. Nothing will ever slip through my fingers again.
Those were good times. I kind of miss the student life.
You know, Paimon really shouldn't be able to imagine Sino doing something like that, but for some strange reason, the mental image is coming through clear as day.
Then
Chicken.
make it stop.
Who is Chicken?
There's somebody there.
Cyrus.
It's Professor Cyrus. You guys carry on without me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Huh? Hey, you're not supposed to jump down. Be careful.
I jump down all the time. Oh, look, there's Sino. Paimon? What about Paimon?
I can't believe how stupid I look in this one.
Professor, what are you muttering to yourself about?
Sino, just the man I'm looking for. Guess what I found in some old notebooks?
Some old photos?
Can you believe it? This notebook was just sitting in a pile of odds and ends in the Sage's office. I must have
Oh,
forgotten to
look
take
what
it
a
with
cute
me.
picture. Emergency
No
food
one's touched it
chicken?
since.
What do you mean emergency
Still right
food
there.
chicken?
I was at the Academia earlier to discuss my workload with Nephis. I swung by the old office to have a look around and just happened to cross it. Well, time flies. Look how tiny you are in this picture. Still a kid.
You look quite young yourself in that one. Ah, it's this one. I remember that. Lisa took it, didn't she?
Yep. Looks like her work, all right. Who else could have found just the right angle to make me look so unbelievably hideous?
And this one. Looks like we're both dozing off.
Oh, cheeky girl. Taking secret photos of us without our knowledge.
Is there something you'd like to say to me, Professor?
Like what? Like, these are good photos, aren't they?
Tastes like chicken, probably, maybe? What do you mean, probably, maybe?
At moments like this, I hardly know where to begin. I can't pretend I'm a good person. Bamoon had every reason to despise me. And well, so do you if you feel the same way.
Don't be ridiculous, you old codger.
Is that not what you wanted me to say? Oh, I've dreamt of that place many times after leaving the desert. Sometimes I've dreamed that I was doing research with them again. And other times, I dream of the day they saved my life. Oh, it was one of the happiest times of my life. We all learned so much from one another. You've matured so much over the years, I know.
Since you're my professor, I should save you some face by not calling you out on all the non-answers you just gave. So, I will do the right thing and keep my mouth shut.
Good thinking. Take your own advice.
For sure. In theory? Why in theory?
Why bully an old man?
Do people taste like chicken? Where does your theory come from?
did I not notice this one earlier?
Lisa strikes again. Just how many did she take?
Look how cute you were when you were
How
little.
cute.
I remember how well-mannered you were back then, too.
Yeah, and look how serious and professional you used to be.
Oh, I can't compete with you anymore. First you get better than me at the deadpan jokes, and now you're besting me at those little quips, too.
She's flying very low, like chicken. Chicken hover?
That's more like it.
Chicken hover? I have many questions.
Hey, what would you say to meeting up with Lisa again sometime?
I'd like that. Let's find a time and pay her a visit in Mondstadt.
All right, I'll add it to my schedule. Let's go next week. Wait, no. Next week is the tomato growing competition. I have got to beat Zaha Hadid.
Or you could find a real hobby.
Excuse me.
Professor.
They can hover? I've never seen a chicken hover in my life. I have many questions. Finally finished this quest. All right, I'm so tired. Goodbye, everyone. I'm running. I'm sprinting. Getting out of here. I'm busting out of this joint. I'm so tired. Do y'all want to hear me sound like the person behind that door in that one cutscene again? Oh shoot! Never mind. We gotta do increasing danger. Not this slime secretion on the ground. All right. Well. All right. I need to check my teapot real quick. It's been almost 6 hours. I'm so tired. Oh my gosh.
This rep.
Alright, did I buy everything I wanted? Looks good enough. I might buy these this week. Alright. 18 more? Yeah, I'm going to sleep. You go to sleep. Weirdo. Alright. Hi everyone. I am so tired. Look at me. And my door's open because it's freaking hot in here. It cooled off a little, but it is still pretty freaking hot in here. Alright. Let me see who is on. Don't forget to claim your Twitch drops. We're literally reaching the end of that. So you have to claim them now. Let's see. Someone I follow is playing Kingdom Hearts. I actually don't see any Genshin right now. I'm a little surprised. You believe what? I believe you're going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. You told me to go to bed earlier. Alright, we're about to do a random raid because I cannot. No, none of my friends are streaming Genshin. What is happening right now? Where are all my Genshin friends? Actually, Ling is on right now. It's not Genshin, though. Hold on. Let me look for Genshin. Because with the drops event going on, I kind of want us to get the drops. Let me see. We're about to do a random raid, and who we find is who we find. No, I'm too tired. Alright. Ling it is. I'm just so exhausted. I'm sorry. If y'all still need your Twitch drops, good luck. I'm just too tired. Alright. Let's do the closing affirmation card. And then I'm literally going to bed. Not the uwu. Hi, Ellie. I'm literally so tired. Alright. closing affirmation card is clarity. Clarity. We haven't seen this one in a while. Clarity. Stopping to listen to my inner self, I can easily separate my intuition from my mental chatter. The clarity of my intuition is a sweet, simple fruit that tastes familiar, and the mental chatter is a confusing, bitter rind that I shall peel off and chuck into the garbage or compost heap if your mental chatter happens to be organic. Clarity. All right, y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. I have so many more hours of Genshin I need to do, so. Good night, Allie. Good night, everyone. Let's raid our friend Ling. Said I'm not old. And she said you 10. No, I said you. Act like you're 10, Blurg. You act like you're 10. Alright, y'all. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night, good night. Said both. You mysteriously didn't mention that you act like a 10-year-old. Alright, good night, y'all. Have video evidence? You mysteriously left out that I said that you act like you're 10. Good night, good night, good night. Go to sleep, Blurg. I will see you all tomorrow.